Yo, what's up, Dave? What's up, Fozzie?
What? It got one-shotted? But fucking what? Come on!
What's up, Zany? Oh, we're chilling. We're big chilling, Zany. Stretching it out. Feeling a little tight.
Australian Battle Group preview today? Yep, probably. And the other one. Whatever the DAC one is supposed to be. Nobody seems to have really figured it out based on the teaser image. Radio silence? Yeah, that could be in there for sure. I could see that. Some Brits today? Yeah, we can do some Brits, Dave. No problem. USF is my lowest allies rating, which is why I'm cute as them right now. Q2s? Alright. You want to play USF? Yeah, relic stream in an hour. Spicy. Oh, we did it. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yeah, I think it's 1.6. They're going to cover what's in 1.6.
Sappers, stow that gear, boys. We're going. Dig it out to section command post. Royal Engineer, back after point needs to be ours, right? Well, we can do that.
Royal Royal Engineers trained and ready to go.
Little scrolling fairy light. Nothing to worry about. Royal Engineers, ready.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Sir. If that's your name, I don't know.
Taken, boys. Sappers, eager to shift some dead weight. Sappers,
A Dingo recon vehicle has been made ready.
Sappers, we're not fucking bitching, David. We're taking that position. Scouting ahead. Position taken. Tidy. Send a message. Dingo, scouting ahead. Dingo under enemy fire! Taking hits. I don't Sappers. We're moving. No fucking moving. Out. Awaiting orders. Sappers, back! Back! Don't fucking stop! Right, set to go. They're breaking through us, yeah? Sappers reported. Position taken. Sappers reported. Everybody needs cover, even us. We should see the other one.
A new infantry section is ready for battle.
March. Get patch mirror, signal driver. Action it up now. Always Royal Engineers, ready. Listen up. Shoot it. Anything less agreed. Move! Speed! Let's get to it! Let's move out!
We're losing a victory point.
What is he doing?
We're losing a victory point to enemy action. Victory point lost. The enemy has control.
Secure that position. Drive them out. Come on, bastards. Take that position. Take the position, Sappers.
Damnation! The sector's in enemy hands.
Yes, we're moving. Off your asses. Move.
Infantry section trained and ready.
Yes, sir. Come on, bastards. Take that position. Hold the position. Cavalry can't be too far off. We have our orders. Fire! Don't expect reinforcements. Fight harder. Fire on us. Spine laid. Clear the sight.
Territory sector lost, Commander.
Too close for comfort. Taking hits. Run, Sappers. Sappers. Here as will ever be.
That means you! Go! Go! That's enough! We'll get there! Rifle traction ready! That's enough!
The beggars are threatening a victory point.
You heard? Down, you wank!
Patching it up
A
now.
victory point is being overrun.
Let me guess. We should see the others. We read that infantry fancies us, lads! Heads on a swivel! We're the bang! Section ready! Territory from the enemy! Go on! Go to it!
Victory point is in enemy hands.
By the enemy! No, I take that! Fuck me! He's gone!
What are we burning? Trouble's over there. Take cover! Under enemy fire, yeah?
Sector lost. Repeat, sector lost.
Always outbound. Assemble outside.
Time! Oh, just fucking stand there! Capture job!
Sappers, yeah? You regret that, you twat! I want to secure that position. Ready as we'll ever be. Drive them out. We're standing by. Take back. Bloody shit.
Go! 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 Pick out to force them. I don't want to hear a fucking word. March!
Dingo, in combat. Spray him with the bread. Orders, sir. Move, boys. I know what's guns up. We're taking that position. Dingo, that's your target. Right, bloody. Move. Dingo, fucking trot.
Commander, paradrops have the green light. RAF inbound!
Sapper's ready. What's Jerry's is ours. Is it blowing up now? Then it's Ruler's new.
Paradrop completed. They're all yours.
Sapper's receiving orders. Keep the noise down, huh? This is heavy, sir.
Go on for a little stroll. Maybe a good scrap. If it looks funny, shoot it. Got your rifle?
Commander, the beggars are threatening a victory point.
Sandbags are laid,
Moving on
Commander.
that there area.
Royal Engineers, yeah?
Safety's on.
That position.
The enemy has pushed us back from our sector. The enemy has our victory points now.
Sapper's hold the position.
Advance, lads. Let's get into
The lads are ready to drop.
Presence to the county force. Falling back. Tiger on, ladies.
Sapper's on site. What's your name blowing up? Royal Engineers, yeah?
On it.
Fueled up and ready.
Unlocking production of Stuart light tanks.
Scout car here. On that patrol, boys.
How do? Commandos in. Hold, lads. We fire on my mark.
Everybody needs cover.
Go on, son. Quit whinging and march.
What the hell? How am I supposed to heal from this?
You must and move your feet.
Waiting instructions, sir. Sapper's. Fall back
How
now.
do? Come on, spare ammo. We
For
move it.
anything less degrading. For a little stroll into Jerry's life. Nothing to worry about. That captain.
We're losing a victory point.
In there. Want eyes everywhere. How do? Commandos in the spoon. Don't wander off. Fucking kill 'em. How do?
We're losing a fuel point.
Orders to move.
Victory point under enemy control.
Under fire! They got our number! Wait, don't fucking kill 'em!
Sector overrun. The enemy has it.
Commando, back! Back! Hey, bloody hell! Right! Taking heavy enemy fire here!
Sapper's receiving.
Giga blob.
We're taking that position.
The beggars are threatening a munitions point.
Ready.
Territory lost. We're losing a fuel point to enemy action.
Right!
A sector is in enemy control. Enemy ground forces have claimed a sector.
Fuck it down if you have to!
Giga Chad Dingo.
On those blisters!
We have commando support infantry ready to drop.
Some breathing room.
Heading off. Brigade on site. This is Jerry.
I don't want to hear a fucking word. March!
Sapper's reporting. Into the mirror. Six Sapper's. Action it up now.
Jerry's nowhere to be seen. Let's take it. Orders coming. Billy, show your guard.
Shoot on sight.
Always. We'll risk it for a
Scout car here. Scout car here.
Is it load bearing? Then it's fixed.
Scout car here. Don't hold your magazine without fire, you know. Chance.
55 caliber.
Commander, waiting on you, sir.
Scout car here. Take your stations. We're heading out. Attacking is ordered. Go! Go! Full stop!
He got another one.
Dingo! In combat! Nobody else? Fire! Engine damage!
Dingo recon vehicle has been destroyed.
Cover his position like a fucking scoffer!
The beggars are threatening a fuel point.
Give up order!
Conjure a buffalo else! Move!
No
engineer
way!
under contact.
Full models?
Dead.
Did I lose it? That's such a
We're
bummer.
losing a victory point to enemy action. Our victory point is being overrun. Victory point belongs to the enemy. We're losing a victory point.
Awaiting instructions, sir. He's dead.
You have command points available.
Sappers, we're ready. Apparently it's better over there. Move. Sappers, yeah.
The beggars are threatening a victory point.
Driver, run, Sappers. Run.
We've
No!
lost a sector.
I canceled it!
Blast. Our Humber armored car is gone. Victory point lost. The enemy has control.
Damn, dude. Big time bummer on these
That's enough.
fights.
That means you. Clear the door. Let's go. I know it's a shithole. Get in. Airbane's finest. Yes, sir. Right.
5 command points available. Acknowledge.
Get the fucker down if you
Okay,
want
bro.
to.
You go in there.
Brigands and rogues, marching
That's a
left.
bit wicked.
Following orders. I got orders, haven't I? I'll be there. Waiting on you. Got orders? 6 was over there, lads. Come on. We're not pitching in. We got orders to move. Well, it's simple as sign. Orders coming. In front. Your guys. Let's get moving. Come on.
Wait, why did you go 8 rad? What the fuck,
We've
dude?
lost an anti-tank gun.
Actually? This guy just went 8 rad? GG.
Infantry section killed.
Jesus, bro.
Commandos MIA. Presumed killed.
Get the Apostles' bloody troopers down. Move back, Arthur. Secure that position. Drive them out.
That could not have gone any
Enemy has
worse.
claimed a sector.
Oh, no, no. What are you doing? Why?
A fuel point is being overrun.
Royal Engineers, yeah? Oh, we're needed elsewhere, lads. Let's get to it.
The enemy have taken our territory.
Look at this, dude.
The Huns have 300 points at the moment. We are losing a victory point to enemy action.
It's attack ground, bro. What are you doing? Attack ground.
Victory point belongs to the enemy.
Oh my gosh.
An infantry section is present and accounted for. Aircraft ready. Leaving our gap. Company CP is taking damage. has incendiary devices ready to drop.
Time to bomb some fuel! Matilda!
Commandos are on station and ready.
Get it done!
Engage anything on sight!
Matilda!
Ready for anything! Move your arses! Go! We'll get there! Track you myself! Hey! Odu, come on, move up and watch for Jerry. Attack on sight! Up your arses! Section ready! Standing by here! Pushing on any ground! That means you!
Conditions nominal. Ready to drop.
Territory will be ours! Give them a bad minute! Pay attention, frigates! Section ready! We'll march! Open up! Taking fire! Bastards! Infantry taking losses here! Ready for anything!
We have command points available for use.
When we get back,
Shaking up some hell and fury! And burn! Quickly! Stop!
We're hatching it up
Get
now.
to work! But hold it! Understood! Matilda, driver!
Sappers
Reverses!
reporting. Good as
Easy fire! Hitting a hole! Seek orders! Ready, about! Armor pushing through a blasted firefight!
Sappers, mine's laid. Might want to avoid
Ready
this
to
spot.
cause some grief! Wind of the desert, winderer! All right, men! Bring her to a stop!
Sappers, is it low bearing? Then it's next. Order!
The Matilda heavy tank has been completed.
Please be ready, boys! Welcome to Matilda taking minor damage! Orders here! Swap! Now!
We're losing a munitions point to enemy action.
The cocktail has order!
We will be able to requisition ground tanks shortly.
Matilda, cut and run!
Sappers, we're ready.
She can take it!
The enemy have taken our territory.
Under fire, no less.
Wind of the desert, we're not exactly inconspicuous, are we?
Our victory point is being overrun.
Getting antsy.
Grant medium tanks are available.
Oh, we have to get there! Spearhead now! Troopers engaged! Watch the rocket fire! Matilda, anti-tank fire! Take a move!
The enemy has our victory points now.
Welders up.
Bugger me! That's high velocity fire! Please, get this! To your station! Enemy pack! Get us out of range!
Commando, yes sir. Moving over now. Present, quit whinging and march. Squaddies, dogging us up. Taking fire.
She gives them hell and fury! And fire!
Commando, ready
Bugger
for
me! That's high velocity fire!
Commando, under fire.
Taking minor damage!
Section ready. Hot down, enemy troopers. Team contact.
Now that's a job for us. The Beggars are threatening a victory point. Forward with haste. The enemy has only 250 points left. Victory point is in enemy hands. A munitions point is being overrun.
Jamaica fleet for it.
Commandos are on station and ready.
Get us out of range! You'll have to try harder than that!
Orders have orders. In we go.
Push it!
This'll quiet those agents some. Things are going to shit. You're being attacked. Commander, we've got Paras with somewhere to
Sappers, what do you get? We should see the other guy. Please take it, Boyle.
Resource caches will yield a surplus, Commander, but we should construct them in the field.
Airbeards, let's move. Don't wander off.
Sappers, patching it up now.
Waiting on you. Guns up. Orders.
Always looking to
No
serve.
rest for the wicked, eh?
Combat patrol chaps.
More ne'er-do-wells, you see?
Royal Engineers on the field and ready for your orders.
You're holding in some hazard kit.
I think we're equipped.
Royal Ambition's ours. Spark up while it's time.
Butcher a bolt, spare ammo. We moving. It's time. You got else to do. Move!
Report in. The Huns are on 200 points.
Fire on my mark. Commander, we're attacking into enemy territory.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action.
Push them back! Make them pay for every inch back!
Victory point under enemy control.
Pay attention!
Lancaster bombers loaded and awaiting a target.
Patching it up now.
We're losing a munitions point.
That's us! I got orders, had I? We got orders! Keep those guys! Bring the road, marching there!
Enemy ground forces have claimed a sector. A victory point is being overrun. The enemy is victory point under enemy control.
Well does that. Is it load bearing?
Not exactly inconspicuous, are we? Wind it up. Will you two shut your traps? We've got work to do. Matilda has targets. Move to engage. I want to silence the bell. I'm going to leave a mark. Hold them here! Enemy are lighting fire! Territory lost.
Ooh.
We've lost contact with our sappers. We're losing a munitions point to enemy action.
Present to the counted force. Waiting on you, sir. Get to work.
We've lost the sector to the enemy.
We got orders, lad. Just like a war dance.
Royal Engineers. Come on, Sappers, get to following. Sappers on site. What do you need blowing
I was
up?
gonna say maybe I should have gone planes, but definitely not.
Just like a war dance the next day.
Sappers, back to me.
Where's the bloody target?
Waiting up spare ammo.
Fancy
bushes? Come on, bring the road.
Royal Engineers on the field and ready for your orders.
On site.
We don't have a brewer. Rod's gonna move! Rod, take it in!
Enemy squad's fired up. Under attack.
We're losing a victory point.
We need a destruction.
Get us out of here!
Ready for anything. Nine. Fire and move. Engage on sight.
Damnation! The sector's in enemy hands.
Commando. Ready for any. Commando, retreat. Bastard car number. Commando, gate
hazard removal
Present to the
panel.
ground, ladies. Forward, young.
Scary, lads. This is enemy territory.
Commandos, here! On those blisters, you shits! We're on it! On those blisters, you shits! We'll get there if I have to drag
Good
you
as new.
myself!
Repairs finished. It up now. Let me guess.
We're away.
Sector overrun. The enemy has it.
How do? Eyes forward. Attack anything we see. Reinforced and ready, sir. Pay attention. Time for a little stroll. Maybe a good scrap. On that patrol, chaps.
We're
Fingers on
stopping
triggers.
the patrol. Stay alert.
Always eager to serve. Wait on you. Go orders. Commandos here. Lads. Let's get into trouble. Present to the captain's line. Sausage ahead.
Royal Engineers, yeah? Patching it up now.
Or die, lads. Hey! Retarded! Come
Get
on!
acknowledged.
Come on! Let's get this over with! Head into the location. Combat patrol! Get on my arse!
There's basic load bearing.
Shut your trap.
Oh shit.
Control orders, sausage. Come on! Engage anything that will march.
All right, boys. On the spearhead now. All right, boys.
Gotta move,
On
Jack.
the spearhead now.
Keep the pressure on. They only have 100 points.
Enemy tank. Show some skill out
The enemy have wiped out an infantry section. The enemy have 75 points left. Don't let up now.
Let me guess. See the other guy.
Watch the panther foul. Enemy territory. Engines. Come on, commit. Push it. Spencer's shot. Anybody see him? Run again.
Our victory point is being overrun. Artillery barrage on the way.
Victory is ours. Any
Did you?
to crack out the good stuff.
That's pretty gigabrain. Gigabrain on the double quads, lol. I got carried. Well played. Very well played. Dude, I had 2 units left. You don't understand. I had 2 units. Yo, thanks for the raid, buddy. I'll be right back, guys. Just gotta do something. We got like 12 minutes, so I'm gonna do a replay review from somebody that sent one in on my Discord. And then we're gonna tune into the relic stream, I think. It was this guy.
New ability online.
All right.
Reserve infantry assembled.
I will send back fortifications at this position.
Kettengrad
I think it'll be okay.
vehicle available.
Light vehicle ready.
Okay, pretty good opener.
Infantry are in reserve. They await deployment.
Territory capture. Pick up support.
We have Italian infantry arriving at the front.
Okay, so for starters, when you're opening up with your Royal Engineer capture, your Royal Engineers are best used in 1v1 scenarios where they can close the gap on and beat single units at a time. So that means that when you're doing your capture order, you probably want to be sending your engineers to the periphery of the map, because that is going to cause them to have more of those favorable engagements, right? Because they're probably going to be engaging things like Pioneers or the Kettenkrad when they run into them. It is also going to allow you to capture more territory because of the new capture speed on the engineers. Like, doing this doesn't really get you much. You're not really getting anything by grabbing this as early as you do. So I would recommend, like, after you grab this point, maybe send your second Royal Engineer south here and have your first one come down here, capture the cutoff, and kind of have them like pair up and work their way down here and then into your opponent's flank. And then as you build your sections, you can have them cover the middle because they're more effective at long range, and also move towards the top side. But because Brit's opening is so slow, like, you kind of have to decide where you're going to start.
Enemy entanglement.
Station secure. Moving on.
Infantry are
Yeah,
in
see,
reserve.
like,
They
you don't
await
really
deployment.
want to be doing this. Like, you're not getting anything by
Italian
doing
infantry
this to
are
your
ready
opponent.
serve.
You're just letting them capture the territory. You should be listening through the fog of war to hear if they have a Kettenkrad, because if they do, you need to start applying pressure early, otherwise this happens.
Territory captured.
Your opponent's got the vast majority of the map. They have more forces on the field now.
Infantry are in reserve. They
And
await
so now you're going to be
deployment.
in a tough spot because you're going to be constantly playing on the offensive in order to try to get territory. And that's kind of counterintuitive against the coastals. You want to force them to push into you. And you do that by grabbing territory early. Second
Sector
thing,
now under enemy control.
if you're going to go mortar early on as UKF, you should really just consider going Indian artillery. Especially now that you know that your opponent's gone coastals, you know that he's going to have nothing in the early game to deal with the Polston. And the heavy mortar is like infinitely better than the standard standard UKF mortar. So if you're planning to go mortar, you should just go for the Indian artillery battle group. You'll be much better off.
Enemy forces have captured a victory point. The enemy has claimed our territory for their own.
mich rein! Don't leave us
We
here!
have lost the sector. Victory point is under enemy control.
Incoming fire! Seek cover!
Infantry squad ahead.
Yeah, see, like, an engagement like this, you don't even want to bother running at your opponent. You already know that you're going to lose. So, you can either backpedal and find yourself a defensive position to sit in because the coastals are going to take a long time to dislodge you and bring, like, reinforcements in to help you win the engagement, or just retreat, right? Basically, the outcome here is the same, except you've wasted more time retreating and you lost some guys from the squad. So you're, like, bleeding manpower for no reason.
Battle group. The enemy has taken a victory point.
Get the fuck down!
Alarm. Sector overrun.
Okay, we're floating a bit here. So, if you're going for fast platoon command posts, I'm assuming that either means you're going infantry training or you're going Humber. And you should have one of those building, like, right now. There we go. Holy shit. Do we have healing? No. This is the time we get healing. Right now.
Avenge your brothers. Fight to the last man. Victory point under enemy control.
Good. Got your healing.
Territory sector lost.
Another
Commander.
call out here. As UKF, generally speaking, you want to be prioritizing munitions over fuel because it gives you access to the weapon upgrades you're going to need to help your sections and your sappers scale. And not much attention has been given to this side of the map. So it's nice that you've been, like, kind of controlling the bottom fuel here, but giving your opponent free plus 32 for 6 minutes, that's going to bite you in the long run. And, you know, you don't even have any... You've got one boys queued here. I don't know for what, because your opponent actually doesn't have any vehicles yet. And the boys, generally, you can get reactively instead of proactively, so you don't need to be spending your munitions on this right now. It's not going to be super impactful.
The fuel point is being overrun. Enemy ground forces have claimed a sector.
Gurkha would be a good choice here.
Royal Engineers, ready. Sappers reported. Position taken.
Gurkha rifle section ready and waiting.
Nice. Bren or Thompson's could be good on this map.
Waiting orders.
The enemy has pushed us back from our sector.
So this unit's not really doing anything right now.
Royal Engineers, yeah?
So, like, when you're playing against coastals especially, you, like, think about best case scenario, even if you win this engagement, what are you getting from here? Nothing really, because you can't kill this bunker. So you're kind of just, like, bleeding yourself and him manpower and feeding veterancy when you should be taking more control of the map. You don't have enough control of the map here. So what you probably want to be doing instead is pulling your opponent away from their medical bunker. So you're fighting them out of the most effective area that they're going to be in. Because the coastals get a buff by being by the bunker. And they get the reinforce, right? So you want to be playing on the outskirts of the map. Especially because you have the Humber as well. It allows you to quickly rotate. And force those, like, winning engagements. By playing center right now, you're kind of playing right into what he wants in his composition.
Infantry are standing by to deploy.
Enemy riflemen have engaged! Return fire! Those troopers will learn we are Bakali! It's good! Just keep fighting! Our shooting stationary target! Relax!
even think we end up getting this.
Commander, territory is being threatened.
Artillery incoming!
We're losing a victory point.
So that's like your main problem here. Like, you have a big window of opportunity in the early game that you didn't really capitalize on. If you had changed your macro a little bit, gone for Polston plus Giga Mortar instead of this composition that you have right now, you'd be saving more fuel, you'd be winning more engagements, and you probably would have killed this bunker as well. Overall, like, that would have been the difference maker in this game. If you could have got some momentum from the Polston and killed this thing early with the Giga Mortar, then you would have been in good shape. So, I'm going to switch over to the relic stream now. Here we go.
With the team to discuss all the new content, features, and improvements coming in COHPE. We'll be covering the 2 new battle groups and new maps, plus great improvements to vehicle pathfinding and new features such as vote to surrender, matchmaking cooldowns, mission select, an all-new accolade system, and more. So, let's just get right into it. Once again, we are joined by Will Ward, Senior Map Designer here at Relic, to talk about the new maps coming in Coral Viper. How you doing, Will?
Hi, I'm good, thanks.
Will, we've got 3 brand new maps coming in this update. Do you want to talk about which ones we're bringing over and the work that we did to select these maps and how we ended up bringing them in? Because I believe we have 3 more maps from the community.
That's right, yeah, 3 community maps in one big drop. Do you want to rattle through them one by one?
Sure, you go ahead.
Yeah, so to begin with, we are bringing in Eindhoven, which is a COHPE favorite 2v2 map. We also have a brand new contender. We have Gothic Line, which is a 3v3, and then we have Oasis Depot, which is a 4v4.
All right, so first up, Operation Eindhoven. So all of these maps are going to be coming to all modes, and as we mentioned, these are community maps. So, Will, can you maybe talk a little bit about the history of Operation Eindhoven and the work that we did with Spanky to bring this into Company of Heroes 3?
Yes, so this is a map that I've wanted to bring in from the very beginning. For those who aren't aware of what is now known as Operation Eindhoven, or Operation Eindhoven, it is a COHPE map created by Spanky, and
This is a good map.
Sat at the very top of the 2v2 auto match maps for a long time. I think it is the most played 2v2 for the last 3 years at least.
I've played this one. It's a good map.
This was a map that I wanted to bring over straight away. It's a great design. It's very, very familiar. It isn't overly complex, which is great. So beginners can jump into it straight away. But it's got enough twists and turns to it that it's formidable even in the highest of gameplay. So it really stands the test of time very well. But this was a case where, although we could have technically built this ourselves, because we wanted to bring it in, I sort of knew that Spanky was still active. I was like, I'm just going to let this one sit, because I'm hoping that Spanky will bring it back. And of course he did, and it's been lovely to work with him. I've known him for a long time. We haven't worked together directly. We've kind of worked alongside each other when we were both community mappers. So yeah, I'm glad to see he was still active and eager to bring this back.
Awesome. So I've got some words here right from Spanky themselves. Spanky says, quote, Operation Eindhoven has been a challenging first project because of the new World Builder tool that we got, but also a fun learning experience overall. I wanted Eindhoven to be as true to the original as it could be, and with all the new assets to play around with. It has been a pleasure to recreate this iconic 2v2 map from Code 2. Relic took note of this effort and contacted me, which led me to working with Will, aka Monolithic Bacon, to bring up Eindhoven to Code 3 Auto Match. And I have to say, we as a community are very fortunate to have him as our lead map designer.
How do you guys feel about this map?
How sweet. How very sweet.
Cool. So what can players expect with this new version of Eindhoven?
I mean, honestly, it's,
everybody played
it's
this one?
so familiar. I wouldn't expect anything dramatically different, which is no bad thing at all. It plays so well, so familiarly that players will hopefully be able to just jump back into the playstyles that they were used to. The main differences are going to be visual, in that we've got all of our new assets. It's got new lighting, but honestly, it is just a solid all-round map, and it'll sink straight back into its position right at the very top of the 2v2s in no time. I'm sure of it.
Okay, so let's maybe head over to our next map here.
Let's do it. Ahaha. Right. So we have Gothic Line. This map has been known by a couple of names. I believe it was also Green Line. But Gothic Line is 3v3 made by Toby, who is also another very long time mapper. I've known and worked alongside Toby for a very long time. And a lot of his maps also sit in the Automatch pool in COHPE. So as soon as I saw that he was also active again, I reached out. This was, I believe, one of his entrants for the 4v4 map making competition way back. And we thought, right, there's plenty of opportunity to work with this. It needed some refinements and improvements. So Toby and I worked on things like adding more heavy cover to places that needed it, refining some areas like the top of the hill, and where we can, making it a little bit more auto-match appropriate. So this map features an emplacement wall across the center of the map that's been breached. So working on those breaches in the wall to make sure that the map opens up more as the game continues. What we want, for example, is for the major lanes to become pathable as light vehicles come into the field, and then more open and pathable when medium tanks enter the field, and then even more so when heavy tanks.
Okay, so Toby says about Gothic Line, quote, Gothic Line started as a choke point map featuring a wall of fortifications on a hill, with the focus being on destroying the walls to open up avenues of attack. Feedback led to me making more paths up the hill and through the walls, and then Will gave me some great advice, including how to improve the cover and help people approach the center line.
That is it. Yeah, and this is Toby's style all over. Like, this is just a lovely visual map. He's always had a good eye for detail. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how people play on it, because it will be new to the Automatch pool.
Yeah. So you mentioned that this was entered into, I think, Greyshot's map making competition. So I think those were 4v4. So it's, did you do work with Toby to make this a 3v3? And what did that look like?
Yeah, funnily enough, this is a conversation I had with the gameplay designers yesterday. 3v3 is such an awkward map size. Because if you look at, say, the opposite sides of it, you look at 2v2 and 4v4, they are both very specific map sizes. 2v2 is simply too big for 1v1. It's not double the size, but it's about 50% bigger. And 4v4 is colossal. And if you're making a 3v3 map on purpose, chances are you're going to either end up with an oversized 2v2 or an undersized 4v4. And it isn't too hard to convert a 3v3 into a 4v4 just because it's slightly too big.
Right.
Whereas this map was designed to be a 4v4, and honestly, the more that we played it, and it was Toby's decision in the end, and I believe it was the right one, it was just simply too small to be a 4v4.
Okay.
So most 3v3s that are designed as 3v3s don't end up as 3v3s because they're just an awkward size. 4v4s that are too small to be 4v4s end up as 3v3s. It's such an awkward map size.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Any sort of final thoughts or expectations for Gothic Line that, what are players going to get into here?
I mean, as always, I'm just looking forward to see what people think of it and how they play on it. This is a very different map to what we've made before. It is very much a heavy 3-laned map, but it's bisected with cliffs on either side. So you've
Seems
got
kind of cool.
the open hilltop, and then you've got the 2 lanes down the side.
This map might
it's
get me
very
playing
different
3v3.
in how it plays to a lot of our maps. Which is good, which is great to keep the map fresh.
Okay, very cool. So let's maybe take a look at our last entrant, our 4v4.
Yeah. Hey, so last but not least is Oasis Depot, which was the winner of Greyshot's 4v4 competition. So the designer of this map, Spring Air, and I have been in contact for quite a while now. This is This is a map that when we looked at it, it was certainly worthy of the title of winning the 4v4 competition, but it had some features to it that I wasn't comfortable putting into the automatic pool. Springer agreed with me when we went through a number of features that probably just wouldn't stand the test of time.
Mm-hmm.
We've mentioned before that when we're bringing in community maps, we want them to stay there. We don't want to bring in community maps that need to be replaced or immediately running into bugs or issues.
Right.
So we sat down with this map for a number of months. Springer, a very busy guy, so bless him. He put a lot of work in his spare time to try and make some changes. So for people who played this during Grey Shots competition and played the workshop version, you'll notice that there are some pretty significant differences. Notably, the central island of this map is no longer fully enclosed.
Mm-hmm.
You can access that central island from various routes. So I think we're driving into it now.
Yep.
Yeah, so there are lots of vehicle paths instead of infantry-only paths. The bridges are no longer the only way onto this island, so the cliffs have been pulled away and there's plenty of access ramps up. And all the water in this area is now pathable.
Mm-hmm.
There are only a very few small sections of water that can't be accessed, deeper water. Things like this jungle here, this very overgrown area, the trees have been clustered rather than scattered.
Mm-hmm.
So you have better pathfinding for light vehicles and team weapons like AT guns, which struggle in those sorts of environments.
Right.
And just generally refining loads of things across the board. We've refined cover, we've adjusted some of the territory. The urban areas in particular have seen a lot of love. We've clustered some buildings together rather than having gaps, lengthened wall sections. Lots of work has gone into this map. I'm very pleased with how it's come out. I think it's going to be a very, very solid entrant into our 4v4 pool.
Yeah, so Springer told us, quote, having had the opportunity to work with Will and Relic, this has been an amazing experience. Will is an incredible designer, and I've learned so much from our discussions. This type of collaboration with the community is truly commendable, and I hope more people will have the opportunity to participate in it.
So
yeah,
flattered.
yeah, I know. All these people have nice things to say about it. Yeah, Will, I think we're pretty excited to bring these three new maps to all modes for our players. Any final thoughts on these maps before we close out?
Nothing that I haven't already said. Honestly, I can't wait to see what people think of them. I'll be watching live streams.
Can't wait to see the color decals go away.
Just to get that fresh feedback as it comes through. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with all these folks, and I look forward to working with them again in the future.
Okay, so that's going to do it, Will. Thanks so much for joining us, and for obviously working with Spanky, Toby, and Springer to bring these maps to Company of Heroes 3, and we will catch you next time. So let's move on to the next segment. Hey there, everyone, and now I am joined by Cam and David to talk about some exciting new features that are going to be coming to Company of Heroes 3 in our Coral Viper 1.60 update. Cam, David, it's great to have you both here. How you doing?
Doing good.
Great.
How are you doing, John?
I'm always peachy, but it's good to see you both back here. So I know we've been working really hard on some long requested features that that players have been really looking forward to.
I really want to see them turn this
David,
mission selecting into like
missions.
some sort of co-op mode.
So I'm curious if you can share with us today what you've been working on.
Yeah, so I'm one of the mission designers here, and one of the things that we've been working on is a way for players to go back and play the missions from the campaign map without having to go through the entire campaign map. So we're adding in a mission select system. And what that's going to let players do is there's going to be a new option in the single player menu, and you're going to be able to go through and select any of the missions that are playable in either the Italian dynamic campaign or the North African operation.
Okay, very cool. I know our sort of big set piece missions are often fan favorites, so I'm excited for us to roll this out, as I know it's something players have wanted to see for a while. So you said you can kind of select missions right away. You don't necessarily have to play through the campaign.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as the feature is added to the game, all of the missions will just be available to players. We've organized it so it kind of, you start with Operation Husky and the last one on the list is the winter line, so you can kind of play through them in order. And once you select one of the missions, or at least for the Italian campaign, you'll decide whether or not you want to play as either the British or the Americans. And then once you're in the game, we've kind of added the abilities and stuff that you might unlock during the normal progression of the Italian dynamic campaign. So in the earlier missions, you have access to maybe just a single call-in or a couple of passive abilities. But then as you get to the later missions, Anzio, Ortona, the Winter Line, like I said before, you're going to have lots of call-ins and abilities and some of the passives and stuff that are available in the dynamic campaign. We just kind of apply them to these missions. So there is this sense of progression, I guess, as you're going through all of the missions.
Okay, so if I was able to choose a faction or use one of my British or American companies on the campaign map, I can now make that choice before I jump into one of these missions, and you'll just give me a company and certain abilities already.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of set up for you. You just get to select the mission you want to play. You select the faction you want to play as. You also get to select the difficulty as well. So you choose whether you want to play anything from easy to expert, and then you just hop in and play. It's just going to be a more kind of simple and straightforward way to just jump in and start playing the mission content if that's just what you feel like doing, going back and playing some of your favorite missions and stuff.
Awesome. Well, glad to hear that. I'm going to throw a question to both of you. Cam, maybe you first. What's your favorite mission from either the dynamic
And
campaign
is it one of mine?
Or the North African operation? Yeah. Which one's your favorite? Which one are you going to jump into first once we roll out mission select?
I am a big fan of Potenza. I just love how that mission starts. You're kind of thrown right into the action, and then it is awesome, David's missions. And then you progress through up the hill and through the city. It's just got some really cool level design to it, some cool sights and visuals.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Cam. I appreciate that.
What about you, David? And you can't pick one of yours.
Fine. I actually I really like there's a couple of the raid missions that I really like, and they're kind of the little smaller pop-up missions. There's oh god, I was about to call it River Crossing Raid, but that's not what it's called in game. That's what it's called like on the dev side. But yeah, it's one of the missions where you go in and you just like have to run through as quick as you can and destroy stuff. And I always really love Monte Cassino. It is a fun, real, just like set piece mission. Yeah. You just fight your way up that big mountain kind of face and stuff. So that one of those two, I think, are the ones that I would jump into.
Very cool, very cool. So again, like I said, I know players have wanted this capability to go back and check out some of their favorite missions without having to replay an entire campaign. So I'm glad.
I actually might play some of the single player because of this
but David,
feature.
you can tell us about some of the incentives that players can earn as they go through this.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we were looking for is to add kind of more ways for single player players to gain merit and to interact with our daily and weekly challenges. So what we're doing is we are adding an additional daily challenge for 30 merit that's just going to ask you to play one of the missions, which now that we have the mission select, you can just go in and select the indicated mission. So you're actually going to be able to get a little bit more merit every day.
Okay.
And so we're also going to take one of the weekly challenges, because there's usually 3 weekly challenges. We're going to take one of those slots and replace it with a single player, play a single player mission on expert.
Oh, I hate that.
Have all week to do that.
I don't like that.
In addition to all that, we're kind of rebalanced.
Just add in another challenge. Don't replace one of the multiplayer ones.
So the other 2 non-single player weekly challenges are going to be increased to 400 merit instead of 250. So if you don't want to play single player, although why wouldn't you want to?
Okay.
You can still be gaining quite a bit of merit if you stick to multiplayer only. So we increased those ones, but in general, overall, if you do complete both single player and multiplayer challenges, you're going to be gaining more merit per week than previously. Okay. So there's just going to be more merit on the table for everybody to get.
Very
That's
cool. Very cool. So Cam, I think that's a good point for us to segue to what you've been working on, because I know player progression is something that we're thinking a lot about. So yeah, can you tell us about the feature that you've been busy implementing?
Yeah, so there's a new feature we're adding called accolades, and this adds a bit more progression into the game. They look very similar to challenges, but there's a few key differences. One is that they never expire. You can work on them for a bit, you can leave, come back, and they're still there. And then the other difference is that you complete them in order from 1 to 10 in a series. So there's one for every faction, and as you can work on them, it gives you something to work towards a little bit longer term.
Okay, cool. So I guess I'm kind of curious what types of accolades or challenges we're talking about for each faction. If we've got 10 of them, I imagine it'll still take us a little bit of time to work through those.
Yeah, so they're all over the place. The idea was that many of them could be completed in single player or in multiplayer or in skirmish, any mode. Some of them are specific to skirmish and multiplayer, where they ask you to complete or get the BAR upgrades by a certain time. Some of them are to get a certain number of kills with certain units, and then some of them are to play specific missions. But I think many of the ones that ask you to kill a certain amount of units, you could do that in single player, you could do that in multiplayer. It's totally up to you. Okay,
so I guess one of the bigger goals behind the accolade system is to incentivize players playing maybe a faction that they're not used to.
They're doing the
or
balance
they don't
stuff
necessarily
separately.
play all the time, or to teach some of the strategies that might be common with that faction.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're jumping into the game for the first time, it'll teach the flavor of each faction. If you're playing a new faction that you haven't played very, very much, it'll encourage you to use certain mechanics and certain parts of the faction that we think is ideal and cool.
Very cool. Very cool. So I'm kind of curious what kind of work went into implementing the accolades, Cam? Like what was sort of your process or your thought process when you're thinking about okay, how do we get players engaging with these factions, and how do we design these accolades to sort of teach these things to players, or to get players to play in new and interesting ways?
Yeah, so we know we wanted it to be something that you work at longer term, but it was really bringing in the whole team and making sure that the challenges or the accolades that you're working at are interesting to do. That some of them are grindy, but not too grindy. Some of them are easy one-offs that are fun to do and encourage you to play a certain way. But it's really bringing in the whole team and making sure that every designer can throw out ideas, and then making sure that we're hooking up interesting rewards as well, so that it's not just challenges for the sake of challenges, but many of these will give you rewards for your player profile, things like titles, as well as some new merit rewards as well.
Okay, very cool. I was about to ask, what's in it for me? So it's good to hear that we can earn some stuff by going through these accolades. Are there any sort of standout favorite accolades that you worked on?
I'm a huge fan of there's one for the Africa Corps that gets you to get a certain amount of kills with recovered vehicles. So you have to recover the vehicles and then get a certain amount of kills with it, which I think is pretty fun.
Okay, sounds a little bit challenging. What about you, David? Have you engaged with any of the accolades yet? Have you seen any that you're like, oh yeah, that one's spicy, I like that one?
There are ones that ask you to play certain missions. I think there is one that asks you to play Saving Private Norton, right? Yeah, and I like that little mission. That's a fun little mission. So.
Awesome, very cool. Well, thank you both for joining me today. We'll keep it short and sweet. I'm very excited to see Mission Select and the accolade system roll out in Coral Viper. So thank you for all your work on that, and we'll move on to the next segment. Thanks so much, Cam, and thank you, David.
Thanks for having us.
In addition to these changes, we have several other improvements coming to Coral Viper for those that love our missions, or playing solo, or co-op with friends. With Mission Select, players will also be able to track the hardest difficulty used to complete a mission, along with their fastest completion time. For our co-op players, you'll now be able to change your difficulty selection before queuing for a co-op versus AI match, meaning you have greater control over your comp stomps in auto match. Going hand in hand with this, we've also made several changes to our AI to make them feel more competent and more efficient in combat. Vehicles will now be smarter about their positioning and their movement, meaning they'll take safer approaches to fights and use their range to their advantage. Infantry will just be better at recruiting team weapons, and anti-tank guns will be smarter about fighting at a distance and not putting themselves in harm's way. All right, and now I'm joined by Miguel, aka Devin.
There he is.
How you doing, Miguel? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
The boy.
I'm doing good. Just been down on the pathfinding.
The boy
mines.
Miguel.
So I'm glad that you're here to talk to us about pathfinding. 'Cause I know it's always a hot topic amongst our players. I know you implemented some vehicle pathfinding changes in our last update, 1.5. Can you maybe touch on that before we get into what you're doing in Coral Viper or 1.6?
Yeah, for sure. So we had noticed that when reversing with vehicles, sometimes they would take like these wide paths, which for kind of frontal movement, that's fine because that kind of allows the vehicle to not lose any of its movement speed. But often when reversing, that can mean that you stay longer in the arc of fire of an enemy team weapon, for instance, and that would end up with you losing your vehicle. So we always have to be really careful with those kind of changes, or with pathfinding in general, because in Company of Heroes, losing a vehicle is very significant, right? So we're striving to just give over control to the players when we do these changes, rather than the game kind of trying to predict too much.
Great drop by Theo.
So in this
Excellent
case,
clip.
we kind of tightened the curve so that the vehicles follow a lot more closely the path that you decided upon when reversing.
Okay, so it sounds like the work that you were doing in 1.5 was kind of the, obviously, the ongoing work that we were trying to do here to improve that feel, that game feel, and it sounds like you've done a lot more work that we're bringing out in Coral Viper. So can you maybe start describing some of the work that you've done here to improve pathfinding?
Yeah. So first, I think it's important to kind of define what the kind of problem statements were. So we had noticed lots of player frustration when engaging with pathfinding still, even though it was obviously an improvement and it has been improving ever since launch. But we have what the community calls vehicle donuts, for example, where a vehicle kind of circles around. We also noticed that players felt like the pathfinding was inconsistent, and all of this kind of creates a frustrating experience with pathfinding, because what you want with pathfinding is once you click as a player, you want to be able to know beforehand kind of what the vehicle will take. You don't want to have to always keep your eyes on your vehicles when you click somewhere. You want it to be predictable. So a lot of the frustration that we wanted to address kind of comes from resolving that, the predictability of the pathfinding. So with that in mind, the reverse changes that we did for 1.5 is that when the player clicks somewhere, their expectation many times is the shortest path. So, and that is also where the challenge has been, because we have a game that's also trying to simulate reality to some extent. So when a vehicle does a turn, if it's a really tight turn, it's going to lose speed. It would look very odd for any vehicle to do a tight turn and literally just zoom past the tight stuff.
We had a lot of that in Co 1.
So it is beneficial that our pathfinding does wide turns many times, but we also have to acknowledge that there are some instances where the player wants to closely follow the path, which is why we started with the reverse behaviors for 1.5. But now for 1.6, we wanted to address a lot more than that, and we started by looking at the vehicle donuts, or the vehicles doing wide circles. So what we've done is we kind of started penalizing in a way turns that are too wide, depending on the angle, which basically means that the vehicles will never do donuts because it's too penalized. It's too bad of a wide turn, and that with some turn plan adjustments should make the vehicles a lot more predictable, and you'll not be seeing the vehicles doing any like funny behaviors, hopefully.
Famous last words.
Well, talking about turn plans. So turn plans, which basically dictate how you do a certain path find. So how our game works is you calculate the path, and then turn plans kind of make that seem more realistic, where vehicles try and adapt their turns to kind of meet that path that we calculated.
Okay.
And we made multiple adjustments to turn plans. One of them, for example, was also reducing some of the radiuses of the turns, which actually really impacted on how sometimes vehicles could or could not fit into certain stretches of the map, where maybe before they would incur that pivot, now they would be able to do an actual turn, which obviously from a player perspective is always a lot smoother to do turns instead of pivots. Another thing that we changed, which players have been talking about before, is this is also a turn plan change, is how far back do you have to be?
What did you miss? They talked about maps, and they talked about mission
on
select
your normal
for single
routes,
player
not the reverse
and
command.
accolades.
Right.
So kind of to give some context for people, the reason why we had things as we did is because for casual players or people that are not part of the hardcore multiplayer community,
And that.
often using direct commands like the reverse command is not something that players really use. So we had to balance those out, those two worlds. So what we did is we halved the value, so from 40 to 20, and this should make it a lot more consistent now, where in the 20 unit range, the unit will reverse if you click, but past that it will go with its front armor. And what this kind of allows is that for players that often just wanted the vehicle to go somewhere with the front armor over longer distances, they will not reverse anymore, because we had noticed that sometimes even over long distances, where almost never a player wants the vehicle to be reversing over long distances, the vehicles were doing that. So that should solve that. Another thing that we wanted to tackle, and make sure to stop me, John, if I'm going over too fast.
Keep going.
Is casemate vehicles. So we also noted that these were kind of tough to use, and they are by far the vehicles that are also the toughest to kind of balance out.
Tell me more.
So, because they have a fixed turret, they really do care if you do a turn like before or after. If they are already pointing to somewhere, they can easily get outflanked if the pathfinding does something wrong. So what we've done is we tightened the curves as well. So usually if you do pre-face orders or usually movements with casemate vehicles, you'll notice that they have a very like S shape to their movement. What we've done is we tightened both of them, and now it should be a lot easier for the vehicle to, once it starts moving, to already have the turret facing where you want it to turn. Whereas before, because the S turn was so wide, it could happen that on the last stretch of the turn, you would have your back against the enemy, which many times created like a frustrating experience. Yeah. So what it should feel like now is, I'd say, an improvement over Company of Heroes 2. We did take that as inspiration as well. It should feel a lot more safe now to use casemate vehicles overall.
Okay.
And I think the last thing that I would do want to mention is changes to what we call sector path. So we have what we call a sector path, and we have what we call a low path. And the low path, where people out there that are kind of familiar with this, is kind of your pathfinding algorithm. Many times we call it A-star. That's kind of the industry standard for that. But we also have a sector path that kind of helps this low path pathfind around a large map. It's kind of the purpose of it. So we've made adjustments to both of them, and what we want to hit with those is how the vehicles feel when they're going around objects. So many times it's not enough to have just the shortest path to somewhere, because the shortest path might be that you go with your back around an object instead of with the front. So we made adjustments to both of them yet again to feel a lot more smooth and predictable. Where if you're with the vehicle going around an object, it's more likely that you'll just go with the front because it makes more sense. And we also made some adjustments to the overall long distance pathfinding, where before we had some unpredictability with if the vehicle was facing somewhere. In that case, because it's over a longer distance, you don't care as much if the vehicle is facing somewhere, you just want the shortest path. So over long distances, that behavior kind of changes. So we had to adjust for that. And I mean, player expectation changes on that. So those were all the big changes, but something that is always not reflected on these changes as well is that we also did some bug fixing around pathfinding, that we had noticed some odd behaviors.
Okay.
So that will always feel also, it's hard for the players to really understand those ones, but it will make the pathfinding feel overall a lot more predictable and fun to engage with.
Okay. Hey, that's good to hear, because I know our goal with this is always to, again, make vehicles feel responsive, make the game feel fun, and to reduce that player frustration. I know a lot of the subjects that you were kind of covering here with the changes that were being implemented and some of the concepts that you were talking about are a little bit complex. I'm just a simple community manager from the prairies, so sometimes this stuff is over my head, but I know we're going to be releasing a comprehensive blog post that you wrote up describing all these changes. So that will go up in tandem with the patch notes. So folks can go check that out at community.companyofheroes.com so they can read that more in-depth explanation.
Okay.
But Miguel, I know one of the things that we sometimes hear from players is a little bit of frustration over why these types of changes might be taking a little bit of time to implement. So I'm wondering if you can maybe describe sort of the depth of complexity here and why it might take us a little bit of time to get these changes out to players.
Yeah. So pathfinding is one of the systems that you need to be really careful about when you touch. It has heavy implications on every part of the game, even single player. So what that means is that if you change something on pathfinding, you need to be able to test almost everything again. And not only that, but because of how our maps are complex, and our vehicles, the way they work, are also complex. Like each vehicle almost has their own acceleration, their own speed, their own pivot rate, everything, and all of those impact how pathfinding works, right? So if a vehicle is like very mobile, they'll be able to do turns that kind of clunky tank wouldn't. So it's very hard often to do a change of pathfinding and just release it. You need to be able to thoroughly test it and also see if it hits the goals that you originally had. So that is the reason why pathfinding takes longer. But not only that, but it's not only about the testing, but even doing the changes. This is not only kind of data changes, these are also behavioral changes in the code. So code is always going to be prone to bugs, new bugs, if you change behavior, especially when there are so many things depending on it, right? So we want to be able to do these changes and properly test them and be able to iterate on them and see if it hits the goals that we had.
Right. So we want to make sure that we do this work right and not necessarily rush it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's thank you for explaining that. I really appreciate it. And I know we're going to continue monitoring player feedback on these changes and these systems as we move forward.
Okay.
And I know we
sounds
really
good.
appreciate everyone's patience, as I know you and the rest of the team have been hard at work on this. Miguel, any sort of final thoughts on the pathfinding changes coming in Coral Viper?
Yeah, I just want players to give feedback when they can on the official forums. We are always looking for feedback, especially on pathfinding. Hopefully, this set of changes will finally make the game kind of feel a lot more responsive and predictable, which is what players wanted. And specifically, just let me hear your thoughts on how case-made vehicles feel now, those martyr tanks.
That's great. Thanks so much, Miguel. Appreciate you joining us here to explain everything that you've been working on for 1.6. And we'll just move on to the next segment. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, and now we are back with Marco.
They
Marco,
didn't
what are you
talk
here to talk to
about
us
the
about
case
today? It
made
sounds like you've
bug.
been working on a couple big ticket features for 1.6 Coral Viper.
Yes. Hey everyone.
They
My name
didn't
is
talk about the
Marco,
case
Marcus
made bug,
289,
dude.
If you have seen me on Company Reviews 1 and 2 or on COHPE.org, I'm a game designer at Relic on Company Reviews 3, and today we're going to talk about surrender and auto-match cooldown.
Okay, so I know.
I don't know,
these are
dude. They didn't
long
talk
requested
about it.
features, from
They didn't talk
players.
about it.
We had some similar features in Code 2, but I'm curious to see what it is that you're doing to sort of bring some of this across to Code 3. Can you maybe talk about some of the design goals that you had with implementing the new vote to surrender and auto match cooldown systems?
Nice.
Like, what were your goals when you were doing this work?
Yeah. So at a high level, we started a journey with players of improving their matchmaking experience and their user experience with the game. In Still Shepherd, we redid pretty much the whole front end, and we introduced we removed a way for players to dodge matches. Now with surrender and auto-match cooldown, what we want to do is further improve that matchmaking experience by providing them a way to forfeit a match in a honorable way, and at the same time we want to counterweight that for players that are not behaving as we expect by, let's say, preventing them from disrupting other players' experience.
Right.
And so in the auto match. And so like for the other features we have been talking about in the past, we're taking an iterative approach. So this time around, this is our first iteration with surrender. And so we're still looking at it in the future. We are going to improve it. And but like we outlined in Still Shepherd, we have to work within certain constraints, like for example, being unable to make players reconnect to a match, which does have some interesting interactions with a system that penalizes them, like by introducing a cooldown.
Yeah.
As other games do allow you to, like, if you crash or if you disconnect, you can reconnect and then you don't go through a cooldown.
Yeah, they didn't talk about the case made bug, dude. That's a little
I think players
concerning.
can go back and check out the really excellent write-up that you did on the replay feature to sort of understand some of the technical limitations around how much data is being pushed for things like replays, so you can have a better understanding of some of those issues.
Yeah, and also one notable is that, like for replays and other features, we started from our discovery phase and we looked at, what did Company Reviews 2 do for their surrender feature? What do other games, other RTS games, but even non-RTS games, do when they want to have a feature like that? And we tried to find a middle ground that could fit with both the time we had to make this feature and something that could make players still like happy and feel like this is meaningful. It has reasons to exist, pretty much.
Okay, so vote to surrender. How does this new system work?
Okay, so at a more like lower level, it is similar to the Company Reviews 2 surrender system. So you have there is a voting system that is available from the 5th-minute mark. So after 5 minutes, you can start the vote. You have 30 seconds to express your vote, and not voting is considered a no. The person who starts the vote is automatically voting yes. And in order for the voting to be successful, you need at least 50% plus 1, so more than 50%, to make that vote succeed. So let's say you have 2 ways, of course, to vote. You can vote yes or no. Yes votes will be visible on the left, and no votes will be visible on the right in a nice pop-up that appears on the top left of the screen. And you have like 2 different outcomes, of course. A positive outcome. So you call for a surrender vote. Enough people vote yes, we want to surrender, and then the game ends.
What?
Ends with a loss for your team, or a negative outcome. In the case of negative outcome, the person who started the vote is unable to cast a new one for 90 seconds, but other players in the same team can still try to start a new surrender vote. One thing that is different from Competitors 2, though, is that we didn't want your opponents to know that you have started the surrender vote. So they will only be aware if the surrender vote ends successfully, of course, because they will get an end of match screen. And at the same time, they will get it through a message in the chat box, as well as the video that plays for when they win the match.
On 3.
Oh,
Open your eyes.
That's what I get, dude. That's what I get for refreshing my frickin' stream. Ugh. I was just trying to... Dude, the fact that they didn't talk about the casemate bug is a little bit concerning to me. Because that right there is what made the casemate so frustrating to use. Not... Like, the pathing, yes, but the casemate bug itself was far more oppressive when it came to the usability.
So there is some things that are different and some things I can say that are definitely improved. In terms of difference, this time we are no longer preventing players from getting achievements and challenges, which is basically what COHPE does to discourage players from quitting. We don't feature that, so players can still get their achievements, their challenges, progression, and so on. We do have, however, this auto-match cooldown that happens whenever a player exits a match without using surrender. And this doesn't matter if it's 1v1 or 2v2, 3v3, or 4v4. As long as they are in an auto-match game mode, so quick match and COHPE versus AI, they will be basically... they need to vote to surrender.
Right.
They don't have to quit. If they quit, they incur into an auto-match cooldown. Mm-hmm. That also means that we have like some specific behaviors that we had to tweak. Like for example, many Competitors 2 players are used to use this command in the chat box /L, which allows them to leave matches immediately. Now, in the COHPE environment, doing that doesn't really incur in an auto-match cooldown penalty because they don't have that. Mm-hmm. But in COHPE 3, it would. So we decided to tweak that so that using /L would trigger a surrender vote. Of course, if this is 1v1, this means that the vote ends immediately. Mm-hmm. And they surrender immediately. But in team games, this means that they just start a surrender vote and you need to meet the requirements. However, in cases where you don't meet the requirements yet, because maybe you are before 5 minutes, or maybe you have already started a vote in the last 90 seconds, then what happens is that you will get a message in the chat telling you that you're not meeting the requirements. You basically have to wait until you can. And these cooldown, the 5 minutes, will be visible in the game menu. So the way you surrender, the way you start a vote is you open the menu of the game and you have a surrender button that is initially disabled with a cooldown that goes from 5 minutes to 0, after which then you can click on it and you can start a vote.
Okay, so just to clarify, if I quit a match before that 5-minute mark, will I incur a penalty?
Yes, correct. So we actually are going to track the entirety of the match. Okay. So no matter if you quit in the first minutes or 20 minutes from the game, if you quit or crash or disconnect, you're going to incur into an auto-match cooldown, so a penalty. Now, what happens though is that since we are very aware of our limitations, we are trying to design a system that is fair and not too punishing. So unlike other games, we're not going to be too harsh to players.
Right. Okay. So which modes, you may have already covered this, but which modes is surrender going to be available in?
So surrender will be available in any multiplayer game mode, so quick match, COHPE versus AI, and custom games. However, the auto match cooldown will only be active in quick match and COHPE versus AI, and it's actually shared between the two modes.
Okay.
So if you quit COHPE versus AI and you are issued a penalty, that goes also through to the quick match.
Okay, good to know. I know another thing that we're doing is a little bit of a change to the post match. Can you talk about that?
Yes. So this has been also a requested feature. So this is actually not just surrender. It's a bunch of different features. So it's render, an auto match cooldown, and the post match observation, which is basically in case you have a successful surrender vote, or the game just ends in the normal way. So the match ends because you have your enemy has 0 victory points, or you have 0 victory points. You have destroyed their base, or they have destroyed your base. What happens is that we play the end of match video, either win or loss, and then we bring you back to the game. The game will be paused, the simulation will be over, but you will have a chance to look at the map, look at the units, look at your units, enemy units, and kind of do take your time to do an evaluation of how the game went on your perspective.
Right, like a bit of a post match analysis of like, okay, how did I get here?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we will feature another button available that allows you to then go to the post match stats.
Okay.
That you can use. We're also enabling this feature into replays. So right now, what happens in replays is that as soon as the replay ends, we are going to we bring you to the post-match stats. But with this addition, what's going to happen is that as soon as the replay ends, you are going to see a still of the game, and you can still observe the game, and you can still see what happened, and then you can click on the button and go to the stats.
Okay, very cool. So let's maybe drill down a little bit more on the auto match cooldown, because I know that's a new thing that we're bringing to the franchise. And of course, this is something that's in other titles out there. But I'm kind of curious, why did we bring this to COH3? Again, what were some of your design goals? And can you maybe get into some of the specifics about how that system works?
Absolutely. So we're bringing this in COH3 for the first time, with the intention of creating a more fair experience to all players. We know that this is not the last step. There are a lot more steps that we have to do, and we hear you loud and clear. We are committing to them. But this is a strong step. Even though we knew about the limitations that we have, we wanted to commit to something where players that play fair are incentivized to continue doing that, and players that don't play fair should be aware of their behavior, and we should preventing them from disrupting other players' experiences.
Right.
So this system is really meant to dissuade players from quitting, especially in team games, basically, and instead use the right surrender flow. So what we have built is this system that will apply this cooldown that prevents you from searching in an auto match game mode, and we're going to track, as I think.
I'm gonna be honest, you guys. They're talking about this way too much. Like, yeah, dude, good feature.
The right thing, well, the right flow.
Yeah. So if I quit a match in the early game versus me quitting a match,
dude, like they're just belaboring this so hard. We get it, dude. There's a cooldown if you leave a match. That's great. Glad we implemented it. We've been talking about it for like 8 minutes now.
So when you open your menu and you hover the mouse on the quit match button, you will see an on-hover tooltip that's basically explaining you that you shouldn't quit. That if you quit, you're going to get an auto match cooldown penalty.
Probably.
Same for the confirmation mode.
Probably.
To show the same text to enforce the concept that you shouldn't quit. You should try to surrender as much as possible.
Yeah.
However, for everything I've said before, we are also, in an attempt to build a more fair system, we will have a built-in grace buffer. So we are going to try to account as much as possible for occasional crashes or disconnects, or even live occurrences that might happen to our players.
Yeah.
So in those cases, you will not see or receive a penalty because you are basically expending your part of or all of your grace buffer.
Right. Yeah. Because we're
Many
very
things can happen.
we're very aware that like everyone has real lives where they may need to step away or power goes out or internet goes down. So we want to definitely account for those factors and not be too overly punishing. Should something happen that's outside of your control. Because from again, Mark, you can maybe clarify, but like this system is really designed.
Yeah, I agree,
for,
JTech.
To sort of mitigate a consistent behavior that we might see in some players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be a punishment. It's meant to mitigate those behaviors and overall improve players' experience. Sorry. This is why, for example, if you ever happen to encounter this, but I wish you don't, you will notice that the cooldowns that we have are built to be incremental, and they will be exponential as the more times you quit without surrendering. So you will notice that the first times you quit or maybe you crash because of that, the cooldowns that you get are minimal. You're not going to wait like hours. But if it happens consistently and multiple times, then you're going to see bigger and bigger numbers, which will really prevent you from your play session of the day eventually. So you have to be careful, but we do hope that this works more as a deterrent. So players know that it's there, it exists, and if they want to play, they should play fair.
Right. Yeah. It's really about sort of upholding the integrity of the match that you're going into with other players, so that everyone has that experience that they want to have without it being disrupted. And again, like you said, the punishments.
I guess we're not going to see the battle groups, dude.
Scale, if we see that there's like a clear pattern of behavior.
Unless this is longer than an hour. Which it
Also,
could be.
part of it is that we also built a system that is meant to be pretty flexible. So we can really change or tweak or disable the system on the fly without needing to patch the game. This comes in hand because as we did with the ELO disabling enabling that, we can then monitor the game, health, and take decisions based on what our telemetry is telling us, what player feedback is telling us, and we can adapt the system on the fly to better meet.
Well, it's not that they had nothing to show us, it's just that they're not showing us what we want to see.
Okay.
We want to see the battle groups. We saw maps, great. Pathfinding changes, good.
Yeah, so
Mission select, sure, great. This change is great, awesome.
I know that you guys
But,
want to know it, but you don't want to see it yourself.
I want to see the battle
way it's
groups,
going to
dude.
work is that, let's say you quit and you're going to incur into an auto-match cooldown. Once you enter any auto-match game mode, so quick match, COHPE versus AI, and you try to search for a match, the game will not start the search, and you will receive a pop-up explaining that you're incurring in an auto-match penalty or an auto-match cooldown, and it will tell you how long you have to wait before you are able to queue a game for a match. And then you have this pop-up, and then as you close the pop-up, the start match button will also display the cooldown you have to wait. After that's finished, you can start queuing again.
Okay, that's good to know. So Marco, I think that kind of does it to cover vote to surrender and post match screen and the auto match cooldown. So for more details, folks can check out the patch notes and some of the write-ups on these new features. Any final thoughts on this, Marco? Because again, I know all this work is really to sort of help improve the integrity of auto match and ensure players are having fun. Any other sort of parting thoughts for our players?
Yeah, a couple. So first off, keep in mind this is our V1 of the feature, our first iteration. So do give us your feedback. We want to hear it from you. We will not just use telemetry. We want to we want to basically understand if the numbers we're picking
Two
are
words,
for
surgeon.
you.
Development
So reach out to us,
pipeline.
John, Gabby, and the team. Then the second point I want to bring, again, this is really part of our community.
All this stuff is still probably
Players'
being
experience
tested
is the
internally,
end.
and ironed out so that any kind of like bugs or problems are
We
fixed.
So this is still another piece of the puzzle. It's not the end of it. And
Okay. I like.
And there's stuff that's going to be included in that update that isn't being discussed here.
yes,
That's still
yes.
probably being worked on, right?
But we're
So
not spoiling it.
Okay.
And then, like, maybe thanks again because we are able to do this because we have players that are playing the game. So it's really
Okay.
cool.
Cool. Well, I think that's going to do it for this segment. Thanks again, Marco, for all your work on this and for explaining everything that you've been working on. We'll move on to the next segment.
Cheers. Bye.
Coral Vapor will introduce the next two battle groups for Company of Heroes 3 for the British forces.
let's
and the COHPE.
go.
We're happy to say that the new battle groups planned for Coral Viper will be available for free for all players via the in-game store. This is our way of thanking all of you for sticking with us over the last year as we continue to work to improve the game and create more content. This offer isn't planned to expire for now, but if we change the price later on, we will give you plenty of notice. Anyone who unlocks the battle groups for free will be able to keep them, even if their price is adjusted in the future. So, be sure to claim them right when they're released. We'll be talking to the design team about creating these new battle groups next, but first, here's your first look at battlefield espionage and Australian defense.
Okay.
Australian Defence Battle Group, one of the first divisions that were able to beat back the Blitzkrieg at Tobruk and El Alamein. This battle group specializes in creating a defensive frontline position
Oh
with
shit.
logistical support at the rear to create a strong.
Wait, so we got a 17-pounder replacement here?
Once supply lines have been established,
Bofers?
you'll be able to take on the Axis forces with superior range and firepower. The Australian Defence Battle Group is split.
Oh shit, okay. 2-pounder, Australian Light Infantry, over repair. There's the Archer. Oh shit. Okay, they're gonna go through it.
Light Infantry is a 5-man squad equipped with Lee Enfield rifles. Like infantry sections, they can be upgraded with scoped rifles. This squad performs well at long ranges, and with their sharpshooter ability, they can increase their accuracy for a short time.
Oh.
There'll be no time for lollygagging as this squad
Oh,
is
they can build
developed
defenses,
to
too.
build defenses and emplacements, including the durable Sangar wall to hide behind. Australian light infantry can hold the line, but they are not equipped with grenades or anti-tank weaponry.
Oh, okay.
They've got just the thing for that.
Susceptible to
The
vehicles.
2-pounder is a light anti-tank gun. It's quick to fire, fast to reload, with a decent firing rate.
There we go. Faster reload. That should be
The
interesting.
ability to target weak points becomes available, slowing the target vehicle hit and disabling
Oh,
its
good.
weapons for a
Good.
short time.
That's what we need. More stuns for UKF.
Six grants your sappers and Australian light infantry the tools needed to build the 17-pounder and Bofors emplacements. The emplacement for the 17-pounder is massive, but if you're able to find
Holy
it,
crap.
then you won't have any trouble penetrating even the thickest armor from afar. Whilst the Bofors can provide adequate anti-air coverage to shoot down
Woo!
enemy aircraft, it's also effective against infantry and light armor.
Oh, brother. KO2 all over
It's an
again.
offensive ability that bolsters the defense of your emplacements, team weapons, and base buildings. This reduces the incoming damage as well as a small heal over time. Find yourself under heavy artillery fire? Then hold the line. The over-repair ability allows your sappers to repair vehicles past their maximum health values.
Oh, man. This is going to be so busted.
Get your tank to safety for another round of repairs, and then back into action for another tour of combat. Switching over to logistical supremacy, you'll find abilities that help strengthen your economy. The CWT supply truck run is a new mechanic which collects fuel or munitions from resource points. Activate this ability by clicking on a resource point, and then a supply truck will drive to that location. Once there, it will take some time to load the cargo, and then make its way back to add the resources to your stockpile.
It's Mr. President.
Earn is based on the distance between the sector control point and the headquarters. The further you go, the more you get, and the more dangerous it will be. The enemy will be alerted to the presence of your supply truck, so defend it at all cost. If the enemy destroys it whilst it's carrying supplies, they'll steal the
Oh shit. That's so cool.
Provides cheaper and sturdier caches. Perfect for locations where you are already focusing a strong defense. A new construction option becomes available with artillery tripwire flares. These can be planted near sector control points for a small amount of munitions. When the enemy trips the wire, a flare will reveal the surrounding area and a single artillery shell will strike, letting them know these are our resources. Charged creeping barrage designates a line of shell fire from point A to B. This type of barrage was often used as a shield
Oh my gosh.
for infantry, but it works great against any established enemy frontline positions.
Oh my gosh, that looks really strong.
Check, because this will cost you a heavy amount of munitions. The Archer tank destroyer.
There he is, the big boy.
This tank destroyer is equipped with the 17-pounder. It's got range. It's got firepower. When it's stationary and out of combat, the first shot against its target will have increased accuracy, penetration, and damage.
Oh my gosh. This is gonna be so tough.
It can quickly deploy, take a shot, and then reposition to safety.
Faster reverse speed, that's interesting.
Excellent defensive capabilities and equipment that hits from afar. But they also paint large targets on their back. You'll need to use everything you've got to protect your supply trucks, keep your emplacements firing, and fuel your war. The Battlefield Espionage Battle Group specializes in camouflage and subterfuge.
Oh shit, okay, this is the DAC one.
Avoid the enemy's detection, then be the first to strike hard and fast. Use underhanded tactics to steal enemy resources and disrupt their intel in the combat zone.
Oh.
The Battlefield Espionage Battle Group is split into infiltration and disruption. Let's take a look at infiltration first. The Funk Panzerwagen is a non-combat vehicle. It can be upgraded from the 250 half-track or arrive as a call-in. With the Coordinate Ambush Operations ability, it can provide camouflage to your nearby units.
Oh, that's so crazy.
Itself. Infantry and team weapons that are camouflaged.
Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. It gives combined arms too.
And accuracy for a short duration when engaging.
Wow.
Funk Panzerwagen can deploy the standard Shu-42 mine and the anti-vehicle Tellermine.
Teller mines? Oh my gosh. Oh, there it is! There it is, boys!
Light-tracked vehicle carrying 110 pounds of explosive.
It does engine damage too.
Out the back of the Funk Panzerwagen. You will need to use camouflage to get it close to targets.
Oh shit.
Damage. It doesn't move or turn fast and can be destroyed by light arms fire.
Wow.
It is also easily detected by minesweepers. Anti-tank guns will be bolstered with incendiary munitions, dealing a small amount of additional damage over time after the round penetrates. This burn damage cannot destroy vehicles.
Wow.
You'll also receive
That was a lot of damage.
Anti-tank grenade to replace the standard AT grenade, dealing superior damage. Advanced ambush training increases the first strike bonus of your infantry squads, as well as extending the duration, leading
Wow.
to deadlier ambushes for your infantry squads when engaging from camouflage. Prepare your
Dude, you might be able to play DAC infantry in this battle group. Look at this.
the ability, all vehicles will gain camouflage, reducing their speed.
What?
When a vehicle is revealed, its rate of fire will increase for a short duration, allowing you to choose your targets carefully before pummeling them into submission.
Oh my gosh.
In addition to this, vehicles lost during Operation Scorpion will have a portion of their cost refunded.
What?
Now let's look at the disruption side of the tactical tree. The Battlefield Espionage Battle Group can choose one of 2 radio beacons that can be constructed by Panzer
Invisible
Grenadiers,
tanks?
Grenadiers, and the Funk Panzerwagen. the Intel Disruption Beacon detects nearby enemies, marking their location in the fog of war.
Oh.
This beacon also provides camouflage to nearby infantry and weapons teams.
Wow, that seems really strong.
The beacon steals resources from enemy territory. If this radio beacon is in your own territory, it will make it harder for the enemy to capture. Whilst these beacons are camouflaged, they can be easily detected by scout-type units. Plunder allows you to scavenge vehicle wrecks for weapons.
What?
What you gain depends on the squad. Panzer Grenadiers get a BAR or light machine gun. Assault Grenadiers gain a Thompson SMG or STG-44. Panzer Jaegers get an AT rifle or...
Yo, this is sick!
Panzer Pioneers get a G43 scoped rifle or a light machine gun.
Plunder? Dude, that is so cool!
Repos upgrades your resource caches to be able to trade fuel or munitions for manpower. The resource exchange rate can be improved by constructing the depot on higher yielding fuel and munition points. Disruption Operation reduces your enemy's situational awareness, leaving them more vulnerable to surprise attacks.
Oh my gosh. It reduces their line of sight.
Vision range will decrease over time, and their accuracy reduced. They will still be able to engage targets that are firing upon them, but they'll be less likely to notice other units sneaking
Oh
up.
my goodness.
Scorch the earth in a storm of fire. This ability shells the area with incendiary rounds which burn the ground. Infantry and structures will take damage over time. Infantry will also move slower.
Okay, this seems like a useful ability.
The Battlefield Espionage Battle Group is great at indirect attacks.
Wow, look at this,
In a
dude.
start to fight, they have little firepower to fall back on. So make sure you're the one that's dictating the battlefield. Never let your opponent take the initiative away from you.
So now that we've had our first look at the brand new battle groups coming to Company of Heroes 3, I figured we should talk to the two folks.
Damn. This actually seems kind of difficult to play
First up,
against.
Darren, how you doing today?
Like, you can cloak all your units? Yeah, they showed the British one. It's Australian defense.
And Miguel?
Hello, I'm Miguel, a gameplay designer here, and I worked on the Battlefield Espionage for the deck.
Amazing. So, two brand new battle groups. I
Oh,
know
Devin made
that
the
players
Battlefield
have
Espionage
used,
one.
But I kind of wanted to get you both here to talk about their development, maybe some of the big picture goals around these battle groups. So we've had a quick look at the new units, their abilities, how these battle groups are kind of made up. But let's maybe start with the Australian defense. So can you tell me maybe at a really high level, what were some of our design goals with the Australian defense battle group?
It's gonna make DAC Infantry OP. I mean, I don't know. DAC Infantry isn't really in a great spot right now, so I'm kind of interested to see how this is gonna work.
Coastal, where it's a lot of structures, but more so it has a lot of defensive abilities and units that synergize well together, or because none of the other three British battle groups currently are defensive. Really, most of them rely more on offense over artillery. Need to push the line, but we also the Australian Defence Battle Group have something quite special, created by one of our designers. I'll reference him here, Marco. We have the CWT supply truck run, which is probably the biggest thing of this battle group.
Poltergeist faction.
Yeah,
We need the
it's really
Ghostbusters.
Say that because I'm just like, oh, it's just
Dude, this truck seems so cool.
goes to
I love this mechanic. This is hilarious.
It seems pretty straightforward, but you're right. It's definitely new for the franchise.
They're just showing off the new battle groups, Husko. They haven't covered like balance or
why you
anything like
decided
that.
To pursue that and what that
I don't think they're gonna do it today. It sounds like they're gonna do it in a different stream.
So what this brings to our gameplay is something.
Yeah, it kind of does, Gavin. I'm really curious how they're gonna like balance that.
Where you just trade resources for one for the other. There's a lot of counterplay to this one where one player.
I would like to see that, Z, because I was just thinking about that. The breakthrough truck doesn't really do much right now. It'd be really cool to like bring the same mechanic to the other side.
Sort of play where the player who deploys the truck wants to keep his forces around or near the truck to protect it, so it can pick up its payload, come back, and give you a large amount of resources. but the opposing player in return wants to deny this truck for the player, or by taking it out to whatever means possible. So it could be your camouflage units, raiding units. However, when the opposing player takes it out, not only are they rewarded with denying that sort of truck, they also get some of the resources that the other player would have in return.
Right. So very high risk, high reward for the British player. What about you, Miguel? Maybe you can talk about the Battlefield Espionage Battle Group. What were some of our high-level design goals with this battle group for the Africa Corps?
So the faction itself lends itself to some very aggressive play, and we thought it made a lot of sense given also some of the historical reasonings on North Africa with the supply lines to include kind of this camouflage / ambush playstyle for the deck. That was the main inspiration, and we wanted to kind of pursue that kind of flanking maneuver that deck is kind of known for, and its mobility, right?
Cool, very cool. So maybe we could talk about the theming for these battle groups. You know, how do we land on these themes, and how do we approach sort of building them around, you know, their respective faction? Darren, maybe you can talk about the Australians first.
It should be interesting. I can't wait for the Goliath, dude.
More defensive play, with a lot of their units being based on the Australian forces.
They seem more interesting than the previous two? The DAC one seems really interesting to me, and like, there's some stuff in this one too that seems kind of neat. I mean, basically in this one they seem to have like a new main line and some emplacements, and then like some kind of fun mechanics, and then you've got the Archer, which is the first heavy TD in the game. So
the Australians can be called in immediately, and they're very good at capturing territory, and they fight better at closer ranges than the standard Tommy squad, though they are worse at long range. But however, as the game progresses you'll find that building their Sangar bags, and once they're equipped with scope rifles, they start turning from this offensive capturing raiding unit into more of a defensive hold unit.
Okay. Miguel, what about the Battlefield Espionage? Same thing, you know. Why did we land on this theme, and how does it complement the African Corps?
So for the deck, we wanted something that wasn't pure strength, in the sense that you don't have like a vehicle like the Archer. We wanted something to kind of complement their already base playstyle. And what we wanted to, or how it complements their playstyle a lot, is that we wanted this feeling of
what's up, Miguel?
When the opponent is playing against this battle group, we want the opponent to play a lot.
Dude, I'm freaking I'm tickled about this new DAC battle group. Also, the hilarious truck in Australians looks like a lot of fun.
Have a very specific playstyle against it.
We were just talking about how the breakthrough truck should do the same thing on the Axis side, the Wehrmacht one.
And the battle group itself also has a lot of emphasis.
I like the salvaging stuff. The cloak seems pretty scary.
But we wanted something that also made players a lot more comfortable with using their infantry and their team weapons. And the battle group kind of plays a lot around that.
Okay.
Balance changes? I don't think we're getting those today, Dane. Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like they're going to do another stream for those.
For each faction. You know, Darren, let's maybe start with the British.
Compared to what the other battle groups offer.
Let's just put it this way, Dane. They put the word balance in the notes for what's going to be included in this upcoming update twice, so I would think that there's going to be a lot of changes. I think they said like balance tuning and balance updates, or I can't remember what, but it was like two different terms, and I was like, okay, that sounds promising.
Placements are obviously not used that are able to push up on the field on their own. They are best used when used to support other units on the battlefield. Both the Australians, though, are a bit more able to stand on their own, unlike the infantry section, at least in an
Vehicle repair like Hammer Tactics? It kind of sounds like it on paper, Tiger. I'm not sure.
They do have their own weaknesses. It's like
Replace Tommies? I wonder if it's like a conversion kit for Tommies. Kind of like Rangers. Though it kind of looks like a different unit though, because the conversion kit for Rangers had like different icons on it.
Battle group still does allow you to play a bit more heavily into like some sort of assaulting role later on. You do have the vehicle over repair, giving all your vehicles more health, allowing you to eventually soak another shot for the most part.
That sounds terrifying, by the way. As if Matildas and Grants didn't have enough health already.
And as I said, it's all backed up by the possibility of a strong economy when using the truck.
Okay. Miguel.
Well, they're all kind of like that, Z. Anytime there's a decision tree, like all the battle groups function that way. So.
Core and, you know, what are some of the strengths that it brings to the table?
Exactly, Dane. Exactly. That's what I was thinking about.
From other battle groups, and starting from the left side of the tree, it offers a lot of ambushing tools.
Okay.
So you have to find
Plunder looks like a sick ability.
Those ambush operations. Not only
That looks like something that like will allow you to play more with DAC infantry, which is what they're kind of lacking right now. So I'm really interested in this.
For you to use the other abilities, and combined with the branching choice of do you want to be better at ambushing vehicles or better at ambushing infantry. It really enhances that ambush operation feeling for the battle group. And then on the end of it, we have Operation Scorpion, which really creates like these moments and opportunities for the DAC player to just destroy or disrupt the supply line.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Gadden.
Then on the other side,
No. I don't think that's right.
Some beacons which really do change the way you.
There's literally no other battle group that does that. But maybe. It does kind of look like it based on the arrows.
Is the intel beacon, which basically creates these zones of ambush operations. And as the enemy, you really need to be careful just going without vision, without scouting the area first. And you can think that whenever you have, for example, selected the anti-tank ammunitions, that if you're not careful, your vehicles, if they get ambushed, they'll just like get destroyed right away. So again, enforcing that kind of playstyle that we
Wait,
want
who is
to
this guy?
scout against this battle.
Castoroni.
And on the other hand,
Castroroni.
you have more of an economy focus or disruption of economy focused side of the battle group, where
Interesting.
with
Okay.
the siphon beacons, you can put them down on the territory. Or
The Funk Panzerwagen seems pretty sweet, especially because it can lay teller mines. That's one of the things that like DAC really has a hard time with. It is one of the appealing things about the Italian defense battle group right now is the only one that can plant teller mines. But between teller mines and the Goliath, like oh my gosh, they're gonna have so many ambush tools.
Which are honestly really cool to engage with. Basically, your units get better through time just by plundering enemy weapons.
Yeah.
Or even like your own wreckage. If you lose
So you can plunder both.
To actually get some new weapons from it. And finally, we kind of round off that side of things with some fairly big abilities.
No more free smokes, please.
Disruption operation, which allows you to just choose an area, and the enemy starts losing vision around it and also accuracy. Which is really good if you are scouting an area with your camouflage units and you want to start an operation there.
Yeah.
Just put down the ability and then move in. And that is paired up against Firestorm.
It seems like this is going to be a pretty divisive battle group.
But in this case, it's geared towards more area denial. So you're the idea.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Gadden. Like this seems like a battle group that'll be a lot of fun to play, but frustrating to play against.
Yeah, I'm really excited about some of the things that are coming, particularly in Battlefield Espionage, and I think that obviously pairs in tandem with the changes to scouting and detection. And I imagine that's sort of like a direct response to a lot of the camouflage and
I wonder if
abilities that are going to be coming with
Firestorm is just an ability, Jekyll.
It made a lot of sense to have a look at those with the introduction of this battle group.
Yeah, so there's just a lot more options in general to find camouflage, so our players will be able to have counterplay, and not just form the scout units, but it should bring back like some more uses of like the scouting abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it'll be
Truesy.
interesting
True.
to see how players utilize some of those maybe underutilized.
Man, this is
abilities
going to be
or units,
really
in
interesting.
response to some of these new battle group abilities.
I would think they
I'm
have to,
curious,
Fozzie.
about maybe some of the counterplay to these battle groups, because anytime we introduce something new like this, there's there's always concerns like, oh, maybe this is too strong. So how should I as a player maybe tackle playing against the Australian defense, Darren? Because they got some really beefy defenses. They got the Bofors, which I'm excited to see again. The anti-tank emplacement.
He's
I know
watching.
players sometimes be a little frustrated.
I'm sure they
against
thought
the
about
defense
this.
battle group. So how do I play against them?
So we'll start with the left tree. So at least
SimCity
fighting
remains.
against, like, the big economy of the Australian defense battle group. Like, the big thing of the trucks is they're very slow once they're loaded, or just in general they're even slower when loaded, but they're slow to begin with, so they're very easy to pick off if they don't have anyone protecting it. So like light vehicles are very good against it, ambushing infantry, and we've even had games where people would paradrop units behind the lines to go after the trucks.
Okay.
So the enemy was distracted on the front, so they could steal the resources from that truck. So anything that can get near a truck will generally be able to destroy it, but obviously there are units suited to it, like raiding vehicles. Also, if we go further down outside the reinforced cache, which is just a resource cache, and the artillery tripwire, which you can sweep minesweepers. The archer is very powerful. It's more reminiscent to, if anyone remembers, Company of Heroes 2 tank destroyers, that you have extensive far range and damage. However, the archer in itself is quite slow to move around the field, especially if you want it to be facing with its gun pointed. It's doing what it does historically. It moves faster in reverse. It moves much slower.
Interesting.
When it's going forward. Right, so the counterplay to the archer is you can either outmaneuver it, forcing it to move the positions that it doesn't want. However, the archer itself is also very fragile and expensive for its cost.
Okay.
Because it takes on that sort of tank sniper role. It really needs to sit behind the line. It really doesn't want to brawl with enemy units, just because it is a very easy investment to lose to units like anti-tank guns, and even cheaper units like martyrs can swarm it and take it down cost effectively if it's not being shielded. So there is a lot of ways to bring down the archer. It is because it is an extreme.
Is the archer rear armor front? Yeah, it looks like it. They also said it goes faster backwards than forwards.
Low speed and mobility.
Okay.
Do you have control of the truck?
Counters
It doesn't sound like it.
Other defensive aspects of the.
So the Australian light infantry, they're good infantry units as a combat unit. However, they lack the utility of like the Tommy in terms of like the roles that the Tommy can take on with their various upgrades. So even when you upgrade like the Australian light infantry with scope rifles, you're going to be missing things like snares. Australian light infantry can't.
Yeah, it sounds like vehicles will be the counter to these Australian light infantry.
So you can either fight them with vehicles, advanced infantry, depending on if the Australians are in a bad position or not, or you can try to control them with also weapons like machine guns, because they do have a little bit more sight range with the scope rifles, but not enough to just spot machine guns before they spot them, where Tommies obviously have their flares to fire off into the fog. And
it sounds like just the scope rifles, Fozzie. They didn't mention any other weapon upgrades.
Is just vehicle play.
Okay.
Just because they're so they have nothing they can really do against it.
Okay.
And
sorry, go on.
As for the rest of the battle group,
we've been saying the same thing, Hayes. Totally agree with you.
It's not really going to scale into the late game against tank. And so if you have like Panzer IVs and Panzer IIIs pushing your line, the 2-pounder is only really going to provide like supporting fire. It's not going to be able to solo those vehicles, even if you have probably like 2 to 3 of the guns together. While for the defenses themselves, both the Bofors and the 17-pounder emplacement, neither of these have the 17-pounder can't deal with infantry, so it can be rushed up to, and the Bofors can't deal with heavier vehicles, but indirect fire is the primary way to get rid of those defenses, because this battle group, for the most part, does not have any way to counterfire the artillery units.
Okay.
It lacks any sort of like real artillery unit that's not from the core of the roster. but you need
Like the bishop or something.
that with your own mortars or bishops. You don't really have like the coastal's ability to just zone out with the OBJ or artillery overwatch.
Right.
You have to protect them with your own units so they can be bombed, and emplacements are not cheap. You can get them fairly early into the game, but
Has
you
high
are
explosive?
making
I mean, I guess this one
big
doesn't.
going into these fuel heavy emplacements, it's where you might want a light vehicle much earlier in the game to put the pressure on the enemy rather than letting your enemy take the initiative. And they also have a reasonably long build time. So
Okay.
these do need time to be placed in 45 seconds pins around for each, and that makes it very easy if the enemy spots you building these to.
Yeah, it's a pretty long time. It's not that long, but it is a longer time than
And I imagine like
than we're
it's the type
used
of thing
to.
where you can't necessarily have too many of them, otherwise you're eating into your pop cap pretty
Yes, these
severely.
emplacements.
Oh, they consume PopCap. Okay, good. That was my next question.
Miguel, what about battlefield espionage? You got all these units that are invisible. They're all concealed. You're taking away my resources. You're making it harder for me to see. How do I play against this battle?
Yeah, so the main counter tool is scouting, which we are going to introduce. So the battle plays a lot around the fact that you need to get first strike off, and if obviously you're detected before then, you're not going to be able to do that. Same thing, to be able to get your kind of enhanced AT abilities off on enemy vehicles, you need to have that ambush set up, but if they scout you out, again, you cannot do that. So scouting against this battle group is the #1 counter, but there are a few other things to look out for. So the battle group itself is pretty munitions hungry, and it relies on the Fangpanzerwagen to generate some of those munitions. So that unit in itself,
What?
that ability is it generates munitions for you. So if you can destroy that vehicle against a dark player, they'll struggle to use some of the abilities of the battle group.
What?
And there's also
It generates munitions?
right? So if the enemy is looking for wrecks to plunder, you can also destroy the wreckage, and the dark player cannot make use of them. And another thing to look out for is the position of the beacon. So regardless if they go for the intel beacons or if they go for the siphon beacons, you can look for their positioning and try to destroy them with scout units. Especially with the beacons that steal your resources, you want to look at your territories and always be on the lookout for resources that are being stolen from you. So there's a few things.
Because you can plunder while
there's
cloaked.
also-
They can also repair while cloaked, so that actually doesn't surprise me that much.
You should be on the lookout for, because they give the dark player some pretty good deals, especially for a faction that is usually manpower hungry. These transfer depots do help them a lot. But yeah, those are the main things that we wanted to kind of enhance in terms of counterplay. Especially the scouting is what you should be looking out for, and if your faction has access to flares or any sort of ability like that, that's the kind of premium counter, because you don't even need to walk into
Wait.
So just to clarify, with the Intel Disruption Beacon and the Sector Subterfuge Beacon.
I can't. Stupid Twitch, dude. I
know
can't
scout
turn off the
units can
volume.
detect those. Can any other unit detect those? Like, is it a range thing, or is it a specific unit thing?
Yeah, I'll let Darren speak to that one.
For detecting the beacon, regular beacons are just considered standard camouflage units.
Flares,
so,
Jeeps, Scouts, and
unit detector
Pathfinders.
will pick them up at extended ranges, but
So
also
it sounds like then
ranges
flares
close enough,
and
similar to like the advanced infantry.
I guess
or
other like scouting type abilities will be able to detect units in cloak, which is different than the current. Like in our current patch, flares don't detect stealth units. Neither do like planes or anything like that. So maybe they're changing that.
And while the DAC player might get a little bit of resources if you destroy them fast enough, it is costing the DAC player quite a bit of manpower to build these beacons. And
Okay.
you know,
They
DAC
cost like
manpower is
they
quite
cost
manpower
manpower to build the beacons. That's probably
compared to
good.
the other factions.
Right, so it can be pretty punishing if you lose one of those. Very cool. So I kind of want to talk about like our favorite parts of these battle groups, because I just watching the videos, I'm just like really excited about them. I think they have a lot of really cool abilities and units and a lot of fun flavor around them. I was super excited to see the Goliath come back. I think we're going to see some really fun memes and yes.
Must begin.
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll see lots of fun clips. So let's maybe talk about your favorite parts of each of these battle groups. Darren, I'm going to flip it on you. So what's your favorite part of the Battlefield Espionage battle group?
I think my favorite one is in general the Panzer Funkwagen, just because it has that core around it, but you can also do a lot of things with it. It's a mine planter, it's a Goliath deliverer, it can also capture territory, and it can also what am I missing? Oh yeah, generate.
This is the Giga half track, dude. This is the premium freaking half track.
Which is not hard because it's a core aspect of the battle group. You can also convert your existing half tracks into the Funkwagen, so that always means like that player can get access to this unit, which it's always nice to have. And about the second ability, I very much always enjoyed about this is, the siphon beacon, just like doesn't know it's there. I'm slowly stealing your resources.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how much he's losing and how much I'm gaining.
Miguel, favorite part of Battlefield Espionage?
Definitely the Goliath. Close second.
The Goliath, yeah.
Operation Sparkin. Just because I'm a pretty aggressive player myself, so I love to do those big camouflage operations on the enemy.
Cool.
Look at how close they are, dude. To be fair, there's no scouting units here, so maybe he wouldn't be able to do that. But
a little silly, but again, I think there's gonna be.
I was like, man, those tanks are so close.
Impacts on multiplayer games and
Stealth Tiger.
Playing against AI. I think.
Dude, the Tiger's so expensive. We're never gonna see it.
So let's talk about the Australian defense. Darren, what's your favorite part from the Aussies here?
There's quite a bit to it, but I think all us designers do enjoy having the truck in general because of its fun play and what it can create. Maybe because it does.
The big cat.
Just by entering.
Brits, probably the dingo. Recce section, I would think so. And then anything with like flares. So the mortar has the heavy mortar has a flare. The recce section has a flare.
Probably the archer, as well.
How can you forget about the dingo, dude? That thing's a beast.
Keep at max range, but it also.
It's the only ultralight in the game that can tank mines.
For a moment, it's just being that sort of glass cannon sniper unit, but in a vehicle form rather than infantry form.
Okay. Miguel, favorite part of the Australian defense?
I'm going to go with supply run as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The supply run. Oh man, I can't wait for this. This is gonna be hilarious.
It's so fun to engage with. I think for any game mode, really, it creates like this moment in the game where you're like, I need to destroy the truck if you're the enemy, and you're trying your hardest to do so. While if you're the one using the supply run, you're like, I want to protect this until it gets to my base, and it will give me like a big chunk of resources that will allow me to get this very nice vehicle, for example. I think it really adds a lot to the gameplay in a way that Company of Heroes series hasn't seen before.
Almost feels like a campaign mission suddenly.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, I gotta kill the truck. Mission objective updated.
Yeah, I have visions of players sort of furiously typing to each other, "Get on the payload! Get on the payload!" Awesome. Hey, let's wrap things up. I know this has been a long video, and we kind of want to end things on a high note here. So, final thoughts, Darren, on these two new battle groups. How do you think they're going to affect the multiplayer meta, or just sort of shake up the game in general?
I think Australian defense is going to be more your conventional battle group in terms of like, oh, it's the Australian defense, and so you sort of react to it, but you still generally have those more specific build orders that are more versatile and able to deal with like the Australians. Is you might change up a few things, like maybe I go a vehicle a bit faster, or I try to bully the Australian light infantry in a different way that is not just like trying to fight them head on with standard infantry, but a more supportive, like with machine guns. But the what the heck is back? DAC Battlefield Espionage. This is definitely gonna be one to look out for, because it doesn't seem like all like impressive at the start, because it doesn't have like those big shiny combat units that some of the other battle groups might have, but it does have a lot of like danger that it gives players, because you're ambushing.
The DAC one sounds like it completely changes how you have to play against them. Yeah.
or at least, you know, like sprinkle mines and other things forward of the line to keep like these camouflage units back to as like an early warning. But it also does mean like certain light vehicles and like the 4x4 or just like skyrocket and like how important they are in keeping this battle group at bay in the early game.
And I expect players to take a little bit longer to figure out the battlefield espionage versus the British one.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that the first time I played against someone who knew what they were doing with battlefield espionage on the team, I was very sad. I was just like, oh, this is what this is supposed to do. This.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't ready for it. Miguel, yeah, what are your sort of final thoughts on these two battle groups and how they're going to sort of impact the game?
Yeah, I definitely think that, well, they'll impact the game in different ways. The British one, I think players will play a lot differently with it just from the fact that that's a supply run. And I think we'll see a lot more of trying to get deep into the enemy lines to try and destroy the track. And also, this is our introduction to kind of the first vehicle of its kind, the Archer, in the sense that it's like this very long range anti-tank vehicle. So that will be a very different kind of playstyle that the British are used to, that they are missing that role in their army. For the DAC one, I think they already play in an aggressive way, so it probably won't change much in that regard. But I think when you play against this battle group, you'll probably be changing the way you play. So it's more like, as the player playing against this, you'll now be using a lot more scout units. So it'll probably make this patch a lot more, or not even the patch, but the playing against this battle group, a lot more about how you use your scout units. That's a lot different than currently what you see on live.
Okay. There's definitely Air Support Center might make a resurgence of it. The battlefield espionage becomes common because that is free detection and recon that the American players would always have.
No, there you go.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'm excited to see these two new battle groups in players' hands and excited to see how they're utilizing them in game. So I think we'll probably leave things there for now. Thank you, Darren and Miguel, so much for joining us today, and thank you for the hard work on both of these battle groups.
Wow, dude.
So players can get their hands on them with this update, and be sure to let us know what you think. So thanks so much, both of you.
No,
Thank you.
Stay up to date on everything Company of Heroes 3. Follow us on your social platform of choice at Company of Heroes, and be sure to join our Discord and forums for all the latest news. That's it for today, and we hope to have more Company of Heroes 3 news for you very soon. Keep an eye out for new live stream series with our community and design teams in the coming weeks, as you won't want to miss them. We hope you enjoy this update, and thank you again for your continued feedback and support. Good luck on the battlefield.
True. We've got a month to go now. We've got a month to go. We've got a month to go. That should be interesting. Yeah. Man. I mean, the new battle groups seem really, really cool. You laughed tears? Why is that? Excuse me. Dude, I'm so eager to see what the balance changes are going to be. Sounds like they're going to cover that in another stream altogether. Lots of interesting tools in that battle group. Lots of interesting stuff. Oh, yo, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the raid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at this raid, dude. Whoa. Wow, welcome everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. What a stream, dude. How exciting was that? Dude, Relic brought the freaking juice today, bro. They brought the juice. We got to see new maps. We got to see the pathfinding changes, the new features, mission select, auto match cooldown. That's right. Great video game. Great video game. Right? Absolutely. We got to see the new battle groups. Dude, I'm so freaking tickled about the truck. The truck seems like hilarious. The truck seems so funny. Thank you, Momo. Trade truck?
Video game, Relic.
Yo, camel skin for the truck when? 20 minutes of explaining vote to surrender and auto match cooldown. They went deep. They definitely went deep on the explanation there.
Like fucking what? Come on.
I actually love the plunder ability. That to me is so freaking cool as well. Like, the truck is all equally cool, but like, I don't think that's something that we've seen in Company Heroes before. I think that's really cool, and I really think that it's going to make, especially with the cloak mechanics too, I feel like DAC Infantry is going to be a lot more interesting to play with, which has been their main drawback as a faction, like the way that they're designed prior to this battle group. So I think we're going to see a lot more infantry play with this one, which seems really interesting to me. Yeah, familiar mechanics and new stuff. I love the amount of like innovation and distinction between the new battle groups. Yeah, it sounds like they did some work on detection mechanics, which makes sense, right? If you're releasing a battle group like this. And I'll bet you that there's, like, they hinted at how they were delaying the previous patch to go with this one because of how some changes were going to be connected to the new content. And to me, like, that's exactly what I thought of when I saw this new DAC battle group, and then they talked about the detection changes as well, so... Yeah, the Sangars look very cool. I love that design. I hope they're not too durable, because otherwise they're going to be hell to play against. Like, I don't know if you'll be able to drive over them with vehicles or what, but... Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Dude, SimCity is back. SimCity's back with a vengeance. What are we gonna do about it? Trash early because they're long-range units, but they'll scale well. Well, Mirage Flood did say that they were better at close range than sections. You're worried the Bofors is gonna hit like a wet napkin? That's not what it looked like in the demo video that we saw. It made quick work of that scout car and the infantry. It's called Company of Heroes Northwest. The channel's called Company of Heroes. They changed it. They're not using the Relic Entertainment thing anymore. Yeah, you know what? You know what stood out to me about the 2-pounder is the. I'll turn my camera on actually. You know what stood out to me about the 2-pounder is they talked about like a rate of fire change. Having something that's like a light vehicle destroyer with a higher rate of fire could be really, really useful. Also, the Vet 1 ability sounds busted. Is it stationary? No. You could move it around like a regular AT gun. Allied Coastal. Yo, I never got an answer to my question. When's the balance stream? Give us the balance stream, please. Balance stream when? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. Attack ground fix? Dude, I'm sure they did. So I did ask. I was like, "Are we covering bug fixes?" And apparently they're going to be in the notes. So actual balancing. I mean, balancing is subjective depending on who you ask, Dane. There are some people. The Funk going to turn Dak into a big brain faction. Sneak peek of the Australian units. You know what's funny? I spawned some Australian light infantry like a week ago. I was testing something else, and they had no weapons. They had like nothing. Yo, have you guys seen the stats? You can't be that surprised that Dane is upset, dude. Let's look at the stats, okay? Let's look at the game stats. Where is it? Game stats. Okay, let's look at the win rates, alright? Ready? Here it comes. What is Dane mad about? He's mad about this right here. Look at this. Look at this, dude. Look at poor Dane, man. I wonder how much of this is Dane. Oof. Oof. This is just ones, too. What are the team games like? The team games are worse. British are just dominating, dude. Yeah, historically accurate, confirmed. Historically accurate. It's confirmed.
What? It got one-shotted by fucking what? Come on!
My first clip. My first voice clip. Thank you, Dane, for that. Appreciate that. You're a good sport. Ask Stern Panther about team games? Yeah. Yeah. T0 Raketten. Oh, brother. You know what, though? I'm sure... So I said this in the middle of the stream, but most of you guys weren't here. There was 2 different phrases about balancing in the description of the... What is it called? The Coral Snake or something? Coral Viper patch notes? Where is it? Absolute madness. Hold on. Let's find it. Where's the phrase? Where would this be? Change of plans. Here it is. in the content update post on the Company of Heroes website from 2 weeks ago. We have, here we go. Here's how it's phrased. Where is it? Balance adjustments and additional balance tuning. That's 2 different phrases with the word balance in them, which makes me think that there's going to be some significant changes. Coral Cobra? Is it Coral Cobra? Coral Viper. Nice try. You almost got me. Gabby, whose job is it to come up with these different different patch names? You guys got to be running out of ideas. You know what we should do? We should have community. We should vote for patch names with like a community poll. Next patch is going to be Bodie McBoatface. Wet Dingo. With the funk, sounds like it'll be big changes to DAC infantry. Yeah, it seemed like that because they were able to cloak the assault grenadiers while they were moving. So as long as you're in the area, it looked like you can just like walk up on units. Probably not detectors, but like standard units, you can just walk up on them and ambush them. It's going to be dangerous. Next patch named after me? Yeah, I think we need to I think I need to be consulted about that first. It's got to be a good patch if it's going to bear my name, you know? What's the queue time at? Good question. Oh, we're never going to know. Yeah, we're never going to know. Uh-oh. Ooh. Sorry, guy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, here's what we're gonna put him out of his misery real quick. That's what we're gonna do. Rip. That's a big rip. Next patch, they can't immediately drop anymore? Yeah. Oh, that sucks. That sucks for these guys. Yo, you guys need to look at that. Forcing these poor guys to play against somebody for more than 5 minutes. Ooh. The Terror. Sapphire Tortoise? They already used Sapphire. I think it was Sapphire Jackal. Fix the top level queue? I just think they need to make it so that when the bracket opens to other players, it opens either more gradually or is more willing to match players that aren't that far apart in ladder position, but in elo. You guys know what I'm saying? So like if I'm 2K elo, but you know, it should match me against somebody that's like in the top 50 instead of just anybody, you know? This looks like this guy's playing coastal based on the fortifications he just built.
Get it done, Howard. You cover the rear. We're up, boys. You name it. Reference that grid point. We need to secure and hold it.
Is this guy Vermont? Yeah.
Rifleman ready. What do you need? Gary's got a nice little nest egg here. Incoming. Take it from him. Spread out on that area and hold it. What?
Uh-oh.
Boys away. Let's liberating the objective. Be ready.
Yo, thanks for the follow.
It's not one thing, it's another. Scouts,
think I need to move away from here because this machine gun set up over there somewhere.
Stay alert. Let's move out. All right, boys. Hold it.
Uh-oh.
Rifles, shift those asses. Engineers securing the location. Small arms.
Ah!
Move. Watch your flanks. Oh, goddammit. Ground's ours.
That's how we gotta capture and hold that ground. We got the tools.
Rifleman squad deployed. Infantry support upgrades are en route.
Point out. Moving to secure position. Ready for deployment, sir. You man.
Woohoo!
Pull in. Move your ass.
This is some Dumé pathing.
That's a go, boys. What do you need? On your feet. What do you need?
Sharp, fellas. We're up. Coming to contact. Go to cover.
Oh, this is cool. I never knew you could go through here.
Run. It's theirs now.
Sunset these fuckers.
I think he's still in here.
Find cover.
Ah, damn! We're scouting ahead!
It's not looking good for this guy.
Commander, we've lost the sector.
Oh, is he?
Commander, ISC upgrades done.
Oops. Oh, 2 machine guns.
Orders have been carried out.
Woo! Alright, we gotta go for his cutoff. Oh, that could be dead. That could be dead. Uh-oh. Ah!
We've lost the scout squad. Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Feels bad. Feels bad, man.
Ready for take a leg. Enemy contact. Infantry in force. Up and out.
A victory point has fallen into enemy control.
On it. On your feet. Let's go. God damn it. Ready for deployment. Yeah, we're taking it. All right, boys.
Big flank. We got a big flank happening.
Got a purpose.
Oh, we need
Our
45.
territory is cut off from supply. Reconnect it.
Oh, God damn it. Put it in. Let's secure that ground. Crumb 42. Fresh mags in. We got capture. Orders coming. Where the hell did they come from? Get on with it. We're locked
Well,
and
looking a little dicey. He's out of position.
move your ass. Go. Move, move, move. Grab your. You heard me. Like that goddamn position.
Got that grenadier.
Go, boys. Pull in. Let's get them out. Rifles, shift those asses. Keep moving. MG-42 is.
Can we get it before getting suppressed? No, we can't.
God dang it.
Oh, you planted a mine and it blew up. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. We're getting a nice juicy mortar pit like right here somewhere.
What do you need? Point out. Moving to secure position.
Control groups and attack ground fixes.
For deployment. Got orders, boys. Follow me.
Yeah, I hope so. The attack ground stuff is pretty frustrating right now.
We're not above a little Caesar. Say it high,
Oh,
boys.
where is he going? Oh, good mine.
We've lost control of a sector.
Let's see if we can cut this guy off here.
You men, get ready. Eager to liberate.
Should we get some rangers? Should we get some rangers up in here?
Let's get to it. Put it in.
Battalions relinquish rangers for us. About time.
Come on, move.
Where did his pioneer go? Oh, he got it.
Infantry across our line. Need that boy. Secure the territory. Get ready.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
Cover to cover. Go. Raring to go. Fire team. Coordinate. Break it off. Up to the target. Take it. Let's go, boys. Enemy point needs to be neutralized. Yeah, pick up those feet or so help me.
Might have to retreat this.
Grenade.
We got a grenade out of him. That's good.
Pipe down. Tommy's bazooka's ready.
A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Self-detonating mines?
Supplies are on their way. Don't rush all at once.
Yeah, we'll figure. I guess we'll hear what the bug fixes are gonna be. All right, this Ranger squad just went from regular to Giga.
Our Greyhound is here.
Is that nice war room camo? I think that's what it's called.
Enemy movement near victory point. New ability unlocked.
Oh, he's got a pack.
They've taken our victory point.
Good hit from the mortar.
On our way, sir.
We might need.
Let's advance. Sir, yes.
Oh, he ran away.
We have infantry standing by, Commander.
Let's get us a nice cache here too. Just sit in an ambush position there. Hold that right side. Looks like the attack ground bug might be fixed. Unable to reproduce. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
The enemy is stealing our munitions
Get some
point.
logistics here too. Well, that Pioneer's in some trouble.
Focus on me. Down there in your pen. You guys know what to do. We're double time, soldiers. It's on, boys.
It's not looking so good for this dude.
A munitions
Oh
point is
shoot,
being
he's
attacked.
got a 8-rad. Ah, run!
A fuel point is being lost.
We're gonna need some more weapon drops. Maybe maybe another bazooka.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
It's gotta be quicker than fluff. Stick with me. Off the marching down. Get down.
Victory point now under enemy control.
My red new is taking rock. Up to it, ladies. Take it easy.
Anti-tank team on the field.
Get one. Push them out.
We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Nice. Take that out. And then...
Enemy has 300 points remaining.
And then... I was gonna say, and then we build the howitzer, but... He threw in the towel. A for effort to that guy, dude, for trying to play... First of all, trying to play Vermont. And second of all, trying to play PGs. Shout out to that guy. Yo, what should we play? What faction should we play? They did fix it. It's confirmed. Had a PG lose to a Vet 2 Sapper? That's not actually that surprising to me. Especially considering they probably had infantry training. And vanilla PGs are not very good. They need that Vet 1 buy. Otherwise, they're really slow to ramp up. But once they hit Vet 2, man, oh, you better watch out. Oh! Show Brits? Alright, let's do it. Show short queue. I'm not showing my queue time. I'm not doing it. Nobody wants to see my feet. I have janky toes. Play rare with Luftwaffe? I actually don't think Luftwaffe's that hard. I couldn't agree with you more, JD. I couldn't agree with you more, dude. Don't take it personally, Zany. What patch made the game go in the wrong direction? I don't really think there was one that was like bad. There was no patch that was like bad. There were some, okay, to be fair to us as the players in the community, there were some patches that introduced some pretty interesting bugs. They were a little questionable, but those were dealt with and like hotfixed pretty quickly. Yeah. The Royal Engineers, man. Yeah. They fixed that though in 2 days. The Invisible Weasel? Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. I forgot about that. L6 was too strong for a long time, for sure. I think a big part of the reason that they were able to act so quickly on the Royal Engineer issue was because of the tournament. Like, they didn't want that to compromise the competitive integrity of the tournament. So they were able to fix that really quickly. It wasn't really broken. Like, it wasn't like an auto win, you know? There were lots of opponents that I played against that were good that would try to abuse it and just, like, failed to do so. It was pretty irritating to play against, though. Especially when there were guys, well, there were players who would, like, deliberately lose units to rush 2 CP faster in order to get them out and, like, end the game. That was super annoying. Oh, yeah, the decap time on the Ketten, that was super annoying, too. What's up, Debacle? Good to see you, dude. Nice to see the new maps coming up to the other maps in terms of how often they're played. I remember when it was released, it was like they were like played half as much. It was kind of weird. What did I think of this stream? All good stuff, man. The maps, new maps seem cool. No 1v1 maps, so like, you know, slightly less interesting to me, but the new maps seem pretty neat. I'll actually play 2v2s a fair bit, so I'll get to play some Eindhoven, which seems interesting. I've already played it in some custom matches, and it was a lot of fun. So, if it's like that one, then we'll be great. The new battle groups are very, very cool. Really like unique flavors with each of them, which I really like. I'm a little nervous about the stealth one. I feel like that's going to be difficult to play against. But Miguel did say that like there was a steeper learning curve to playing against them, but maybe like kind of once you get used to it, you'll be okay. Yeah. Because that battle group seems to really be the only one that kind of fundamentally changes the way that you have to play against the faction. Yeah, the Aussies look fun. The Archer looks terrifying. The Funk Party? Real funky. Real funky. See more well thought out than the Wizard in where? I mean, yeah, the Wizard was a cool concept. I think it just needs more like tuning in how it's used. That's a good point, Cream. That's a good point. Yeah, you're exactly right, Gabby. I mean, not to toot my own horn too much, but recently I've seen a lot more people playing with Tier 3 and Panzer Grenadiers, and everybody was giving me crap about doing it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I started playing with PGs and the 251 and stuff, and I'm seeing a lot more of it in auto match. It just takes one person, I think, or one player, or some players, to prove that something is doable in order for people to be like, all right, maybe this isn't the best thing, but it's different and it's fun, so I'm going to do it too. That's why I started doing it in the first place, Zany. I was just bored. I couldn't be bothered to play any more Tier 2. Wizard only be able to be used in friendly territory? That's an interesting idea. You know what, Debacle? That's actually a really clever idea. What if it was like the Wizard, like basically the time between barrages and also the speed at which the barrage arrives was faster in friendly territory than in enemy territory? That's a really clever idea. I'm going to hold on to that one. I figure I was going to do it. So I was going to do another version of the balance spreadsheet that the community put together. Like me and Dumeb kind of started with it, and then we brought other people in. I was going to do another version of that, but I was like, I'm sure they've already locked in the changes for April. So maybe we'll do another one like after that. Yeah, 100% Debacle. 100%. The new Brit tree seems very cool. I love the idea of the truck is absolutely brilliant. What they did add versus what they didn't. I've played around with that one quite a bit. It probably needs to be updated. And I didn't necessarily like cover every single thing. I just picked out like a few things where I was like, oh, okay, they seem to make some changes that were in line with like these ideas and that. So I love the idea of the truck escort, dude. I would really like to see them do something similar to the breakthrough truck. Increase the tempo of patches and balance fixes after April. Yeah, that would be nice. That would certainly be nice to have. Wish that trucks were baseline for every faction. I really like the idea to like supplement your economy, but I think the territory system with the baseline economy is just better from the game perspective. Will the supply truck get play in 1v1s? I don't know. They seem pretty fragile and susceptible to being destroyed. But they did say that the amount of resources gathered scales with the distance traveled. So it actually doesn't matter how, big the point is that it's going to. It's how far away it is from the base, right? So you could use it on like relatively close points to your base, but obviously you're just getting a smaller number of resources for that. But also, you don't have the risk of, getting taken out. Could run it constantly. Yeah, but Fozzie, the question is how many resources are you getting and how much does the truck cost, right? I'm assuming the truck probably isn't free. Yeah, you could be right, JD. I think we'll see a lot of 2-pounder against like DAC and stuff because of the emphasis on light vehicles. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I don't really know how I feel about the economy changes or the economy abilities in this game. My camera's going crazy. Is it? Is it just me shaking my desk? Could be. I don't really see Toilet Guy doing that many L6s. Yeah. Here we go. Here's the trees. I guess over repair is probably going to be like, well, they kind of explained it. It's like being able to repair your vehicles beyond the maximum health. That should be interesting. You missed the stream. What does the DAC half track do? The question is, what does it not do? Yeah. Yeah, so you can plant standard mines and teller mines. You can build Goliaths from it. You can stealth units in an area around the half track. And it apparently generates munitions passively. It's going to be crazy. It doesn't stealth itself. Yeah, that's an important call out. So it'll be like, you know what it'll be like? It'll be like, you'll see the half track and then you'll wonder, like, what else is around it? You know? What else is hiding in the area around? And you'll be kind of like hesitant to engage it, right? Because it'll be like, well, is it by itself? Or is it like surrounded by other units that are going to like ambush me if I try to move in on it? Is a Humber a 3-shot vehicle? We have no idea what the balance changes are. So we'll have to see. I'm a man of culture. A camera rotator. The party wagon. Assault grenadiers with stealth are going to be toxic. Yeah, they're very strong right now. So
Royal Engineers trained and ready to go.
it'll be interesting to see how they work. Are we against Veremak? Yeah, we are.
Spark up while it's time. Not had orders. We're not fucking bitching, David. We're taking that position. Royal Engineers here. Eyes open, guns up. We're taking that position.
Oh, with over repair. Probably. Probably. What did Miragefall say? I think he said it takes an extra shot. So that could be anywhere from like 120 HP or more.
Sappers, we're ready. Barbed wire, lay. Listen, Staller. Secure that position. The sappers receiving orders. Everybody needs cover. Attention. Get that HMG's firing on us. No! Awaiting instructions.
Uh-oh. It's not looking so good for you, buddy.
Awaiting orders. Get it antsy. Give us orders. We'll get there. I'll track you myself.
I don't think he captured anything over here. Nope.
The enemy has claimed a sector.
I'll take that point. Go on, let's move out. Don't just fucking stand there. Capture them. Now.
Stow that here, boys. We're going. Officer Park. Royal Engineers here. String up this area, lads.
Always eager to serve. Stand by for lead. Rico orders, lads. On that point.
Sappers back. Position taken. Tidy. Time for a brew? Getting to work. Starting the work. Eyes open, guns up. Sappers, even as will ever be.
Maybe we should go Polston here.
Landmines laid and we're not fucking bitching, David. We're taking that position. Royal Engineers, ready.
Oh, shoot.
I don't want to chaps. Wait a minute. Tommy.
Sappers, round piece taking boils.
Present to the county force, sir.
Half, we're taking that position.
I think we'll go Polston here.
Everybody needs cover, even us. Sappers, Jerry's is ours. Can we blow it up now?
The beggars are threatening a munitions
Come here.
What a beauty. Flags raised. Ziggy's out. It's captured.
I have not done my part today. I did my part last night. But I have not done my part today yet.
Royal Engineers, we've got orders to move.
So we will definitely be doing that
Heavy
later.
mortars are available to deploy.
Attention. Go, go. Rico, securing enemy territory.
Okay, that's a lot of machine guns.
Wait for us to detach. Heavy motor on standby. Sappers, still stroll into Jerry's line. Nothing to worry about.
Some triggers. Replacements are here. Let's blow through their face.
Sector overrun. The enemy has it.
Rico orders. We're capturing that area.
Awaiting instructions. Take the position, Sappers. Like you were trained.
We have vehicles on standby.
Taking fire. Get
Rip.
Right, move on that capture.
Jerry's attacking us! Where the fuck did they come from?
We'll get there. Track you on.
Awaiting orders! Stand back!
Get to cover, you fucks.
Sergeant, command has issued...
Big rip.
Why they go big?
On it! Zappers, eager to shift some
Right,
dead weight.
the boss man says take it, we take it, right?
We've received our orders.
Quiet down. Listen up, Jerry's nowhere to be seen. Let's take it.
Got anything less degrading for us?
Get rolling, lads. Fueled up and ready.
Fight cover, you dogs! Yeah, we're moving!
Oh, we're going hunting.
Tidy! Time for a brew?
We're going hunting, boys.
Machine gun. Get out of his range. That's enough. Always eager to cover his position. Right, cut your mush and move your feet. Cut your mush and move your feet.
We're losing a fuel point.
Present and accounted for.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action.
Where's this guy going?
Avenge your brothers. Fight to the last man.
Oh,
Section ready.
We're ready, come on. We're crossing over there. Enemy vehicles burning.
uh-oh. Not looking good.
Whack good. There you are.
Zappers reporting. Heavy mortar on standby. They shall not escape our...
Not looking good for this little fella.
Zappers, eager as we'll ever be. Zappers, dead weight. Get to cover right now!
Gurkha rifles have been made available to us.
Zappers, reporting.
He queued all modes? Yeah, it feels bad, man. Feels bad.
They're on the run. Smashing
What's my lowest elo? Hold on. I think UKF might be my highest. My lowest is DAC. We'll just rotate. We'll rotate through them all. Try some Axis now. Gearing up to free the cyborg forebears from the shackles of managed democracy. They are... I don't know anything about them in Helldivers 1, but I do wonder if like they're gonna change or add more units to that faction. Who knows? Playing 2 versus 1 versus 2 low elo. That'd be hard because I'd have to play against twice as many units. Was that guy rank 1500? Oh, he was. Oh, I thought he was 1500 elo. I misread that. I misread that. Dude, let's look at these battle group abilities here. Excuse me. We've got... I'm assuming defensive tactics is just tied to the ability to build the Bofors and the 17-pounder, right? Oh, we got a game against Royal Hants.
Grab your gear. We're heading out. It's as good as ours. Make it quick.
OP Brits.
Boys, those resources must be ours.
Yeah, UKF very strong on this patch, dude. It's kind of crazy.
What do you need? Pioneers will secure the location. You have securing resources.
Ratschützen on the field.
Utility vehicle reporting. That's the pioneers standing secure. Resources are ours.
Buildable 17-pounder is better? Yeah, good point. The towable one is pretty hard to use right now. Might go double pio here. Instead of the 250. Maybe not.
Ratschützen deployed.
We have captured Get that area closed off. Good job, we're patient. Ratchets and decoorded.
I think this guy, if I recall correctly, he really likes to build a lot of infantry. Like, a lot.
Halfreich has arrived.
Piling setbacks. We have captured duties. We have captured duties. Standing by. Moving the safe. Hold tight. Job win. We have captured duties. Make it quick. Get that area closed off. Standing by. Standing by. Commandant. Need us? Moving to location secured. Can we get back to work now? Entering ground.
This is some questionable pathing, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see where it goes. Should be a good spot. The question is, does he tech nades here? I think he might.
We're losing grasp of a munitions point. Territory sector out of contact. Our munitions We have lost the transport.
The old dingo.
Secure that location. Capture and hold. You have crumpled up and moving.
The munitions point is being taken from us. Our gunners shall show the enemy the meaning of precision.
Panzer Pioneer standing by. The Kriegsmarine. Move order. Go.
The victory point is being taken from us.
Casualties. Ready on your work. Packing the sweeper away. Keep pace with me.
We have vehicles available in reserve.
We have captured duties.
The enemy has taken a victory point.
Hunting the enemy. We don't stand a chance. Reload. Taking heavy losses.
Sappers versus assault grants, baby. Holy smokes.
Come on, men. Good job, we're patient men. Can we get back to work now? Taking small arms fire. You coordinate.
Our victory point is being neutralized by the enemy.
Retreat. Faster. Push it. Hey. Vehicle advancing on your into the glory away.
Enemy forces have captured a victory point.
Infantry. Making the way. Engage all contacts. What is it?
The capture point is being taken from us.
Closing the distance. Charge up here. Target sighted. Come on, gunner. Eyes front and center. On scene. Ready to assist. Right. Hold back. Man down. Quick and moving. Quick march. Eager to get moving. What is it? Conquering ground. They really want us dead, huh? Clear out. Move. Contact. Back.
Proximity alarm near our munitions point.
Capturing location. Retreat. Back to base. Resources must be captured.
Command points are
It's big.
available for use.
Christian, Bacon has captured ground without ever stepping outside. We're listening.
2.5-ton utility truck has arrived. Territory lost.
Ready on your... We'll get it fixed. Right, standing by. Forward elements. We're engaged. Ready to assault.
It's kind of weird that we weren't returning fire there.
I hope they didn't hit something in front. Listen up. Keep it moving.
Stuck-day assault guns and recovery vehicles are available. Proximity alarm near our victory point.
Ready to assault. Keep moving. Keep pace with me.
Okay. So far, so good. Sort of. We're bleeding a lot, but we are killing his units, so... I need a Stug here.
Enemy forces hold all victory points, Commandant.
Hit something important.
Sturmgeschütz reporting in. Proximity alarm near.
We need emergency repair kits. And then we're cooking.
Proximity alarm near our victory point.
Back is up. When we can do this. You coordinate. Follow me.
Victory point under enemy control.
Challenger up here!
That's a lot of sections. I think he went Indian. Probably, right? Rip.
A unit has died in service.
Initiating patrol. You have problems. Let's see what you want. I need the target, Commandant. Capturing point. We can do this. Close. Too close. Secure that location. Capture this hole. Grab your gear. We're heading out. Underway. Enemy troops ready. Holding pattern. Retreat. Back to base.
We need our skill planes.
We have 5 command points available.
We're engaged! My men, small arms! Take cover! Move it! Capturing location!
Victory point lost.
Here! Run! Run! Incoming! Archer! Enemy! Engage!
We have captured you.
Ready to assault! Yavor, watch your heads! This right's about to get run! What do you need? Panzerjäger, waiting the word.
We are losing grasp of a fuel point.
The Kriegsmarine is looking like a
Waiting on you! Crossing the front line!
Schwerer Panzersperrwagen on station.
Not anything for us! Location secure! Pusher! Go! Keep firing! Don't get this!
Territory lost. Initiated. Advance upon the enemy.
Ready to strike. Eagle has its prey.
We are losing grasp of a munitions point.
Warriors! Let's see!
Confirming enemy points at 300 and dropping.
Today marks a great victory.
BG,
Men rejoice.
do they have Valor? Yeah, they do. That was good. He had me on the ropes for a bit. We just needed our big munitions call-ins. Have they released a preview of the new battle groups? I don't know if they've got. Let's take a look. Actually, here, let me switch factions first. Let's take a look. Here, you can take a look at it here, Sauce. This is the tree with the battle group and their abilities. So we've got the truck supply run, the reinforced caches, artillery trip flares, charge barrage, which is like a creeping charge barrage, which is like a barrage in a line that goes from one side to the other, and then we have the archer. Then we have Australian light infantry, 2-pounder, mutually exclusive choice with the Bofors and 17-pounder replacement. I'm assuming this is. It's not really clear, but I think that's what that looks like. And then we've got vehicle repair or the hold the line ability. Vehicle over repair, sorry. Which seems to be like some extra health stacked on top of whatever the vehicle's health is. It's not super clear how it's going to look. But yeah. Yeah, they said extra vehicle HP. Right? Might be like the war speed? Yeah. Could be. It sounds more like health, though. Two battle groups every 2 months? I have a question. Okay, I have a question for you guys. So, it seems to me like... Here, I'm going to turn the music off for a minute so I can be serious and ask this question. It seems to me like what they're trying to do is every time they release a new battle group, they want it to be like super distinct and unique and have unique units and abilities. For each one that they've released so far, because this will be the four battle groups in total that they've done. So like, if it were up to us, would we prefer that they continue down this kind of path and getting battle groups at the cadence that we are? Or what if they like adapted more of like a COHPE model where they basically take everything that already exists in the battle groups and kind of repackage it into new things? Just curious. Do we prefer less battle groups that are like totally unique and new content? Or would we be open to like getting more, but they're just basically like re-compilations and packaging of the existing battle groups and content? Invisible wizards. Less but unique. Less but unique. Okay. Co-1 style. Like the Co-3 approach. Unique's the only way it'll work. In yeah, I kind of feel like that based on like how they're structured, because they are so distinct. Like I don't even know how you would package some of these together, you know? Unique, less battle groups. True. True. Yeah. I don't know. So it seems to me, guys, like it's been it's been over a year now. It seems to me like we have to come to terms with the fact that like putting together these battle groups is a lot more work than we think it is. Because it's a lift on, not only is it a lift on like design and like, you know, coming up with the different abilities and the different units and all this stuff, but it's like the modeling, the animations, the voice work, the balancing, the new mechanics, like all this stuff. It takes so much more work than I think we maybe realize it does. Oh, look who it is. He must be on his lunch break. Shoot.
Taking supplies and capturing ground. Look at that shit. This is not first capturing. Infantry company.
The door problem. Yeah.
Waiting orders.
Precisely.
Kettenkrad scout is ready for use.
The Michael.
What is our assignment?
What if you didn't add a door?
Grenadiers assembled.
Barely pleasant thing, white men.
capture territory. On your feet, soldiers.
Oi!
Have engaged. Going is far primer. Halt! Stand back, boys. Capturing under fire. Back! Incoming fire! We await command, Kinder. Enemy concentration. Fire! Let's move. We must, Grenadiers. Quit your bitching.
MG-42 and crew available.
Coming! Get to pound! Orders, Grenadiers! We move! Pick it up! Move! Grenadiers! Move those sacks! Grenadiers! Move those sacks! What pioneers will get there! March, Kinder! Standing by, Commander! Really care! Let's move! Says I take orders! Mostly able! You need demolition! Move in! Keep calm, pioneer! Finding our way! What now? Ready to scout. They won't even know it's missing. You need demolition? We must, Brennan. We will return this point to our control. MG-42 and crew ready. Ready to scout. Weapons press the attack! Commandant, that territory will be ours.
Ah, shoot. That's what I was afraid of.
Grenadiers have been mustered for battle. Installing an infantry officer.
Standing by. Don't let them get close. We'll do it. Hold it in. Move it.
Calculated.
Captures that. HMG team is retaining MG. Well, we can. Leave him. He's dead. Commandant. Grenadiers. Aim your right and fire. Grenadiers ready. Fire the H advance. Fucking move.
Research completed.
MG-42. MG deploying here. Get yourselves patched up, Kinder. Orders, Grenadiers. We move. We found the fucking enemy. Quick march. MG-42 moving under fire. Standing. Let's move. Waiting on. We need to secure their sector. Come on. Weapon team is moving. Grenadiers ready and mostly able. Let's cover some ground.
One of our capture points is under attack.
Grab your gear. Must secure that location. Here they come. We await commands, Kinder. You really care.
We have lost the sector.
Orders, Grenadiers. We move. Moving. Heads down. I'm in. Grab that flag. We'll cover you. Grenadiers ready. Get the blood flowing. Quick march. MG-42 deploying. Engaging. He's fucking dead.
No way we lose that, dude! No way! No friggin' way we lose that! Oh my gosh.
Medical supplies. Understood. Standing by, Commandant. Soldier retreat.
Oh, God help us, Grenadiers. God help us.
Covering this area with a party kit. Round this Grenadiers going on the offensive. They won't even know it's missing. Need us or replacement. MG-42 and crew ready. Getting it done. MG-42.
251 half-track is deployed. Confirmed. Light vehicles can now raid enemy territory and capture resources. We have lost control of a victory point.
MG-42, we are ready. Silence. Order 3 territory needs to be ours. On your feet, soldiers. The men are ready. Let us show the infantry ours. MG-42 and crew ready. Orders, Commander. Flaring to hold. Let's go, Kinder. Moving. Under fire from infantry. Stand Grenadiers. Move those flags.
Ah!
We have lost a Kettenguard scout.
We must, Grenadiers. Quit your bitching. Down. Halt. Keep the cover. Grenadiers are under fire.
Why are we not firing?
An MG-42.
No, why? Why does it spawn over there? Dude! Ugh. Why does the crew spawn all the way over there? Dude, the half track's right here. Why is it spawn over there?
Fucking right, men are ready. Pull up here. Nothing fancy. Don't make me drag it down myself. Answer that now. Standing by for order. Eager to get driver. Done. Row is in reverse.
Territory sector lost.
Ready to move. Silent. On the move. Follow me. Yeah. Okay.
Panzer Grenadiere have been deployed to the front.
Grenadiers. We Grenadiers are on fire. Pioneers ready. Jawohl. We go. Drivers, back up. Losing men here. We await commands.
Ability unlocked.
Follow me, Schützen. Upgrade. Receive.
Infantry will not be reinforced without your permission.
Sehr gut. Enemy reinforcements up ahead. Come on.
Achtrad has arrived. Victory point is under enemy control.
Quick march. Ready. Grenadiers. Grab your gear.
Our infantry will be reinforced automatically.
He's got a Stewart. I think I'm dead. I can't do anything against that composition.
Panzer Grenadier. Inside. Don't go. Aim your rifle and fire. We await commands. Outside. You in range of Panzer. Now move there. Give us patrolling. Ready for
Territory lost.
what do you need?
Our territory is exposed. We must re-establish a connection.
We need a...
They've seen us. Move. What are you? Let's not waste time here.
We have vehicles ready to be deployed.
Ready. Trouble ahead. Diverting to be anyway. Mostly admire the Panzer power. Ready. Suffering losses. Support operation. Open fire. Fire back. Standing gunner. Dead. Stop the Grenadiers. Run. Stommel, ready to rule? Panzer! We are not built for this! Cover some ground.
The enemy is striking at our infantry company.
Grenadiers ready! No. Grenadiers ready. Mostly able. Grab this weapon. Keep fighting.
Wait, why didn't my pack build?
Unlucky day.
Let's go, dude.
Moving to the await commands. Enemy territory.
This isn't looking good.
Keep your wits about. We're on shit! Taking fire! I want that infantry dead, Schützen! Fuck! I'm hit! Without delay! You need us? You want the medal for every point we get? Infantry free! Hands down as you move! We're ready. Grenadiers! Prepare to
Commandant, the enemy has taken a victory point.
Patrol. Standing by for orders. Hey, don't come. Do you see our flag? No? Then raise it. Weapons ready. Awaiting orders. Keep them back.
The enemy park deployed.
Scheiße, we've been spotted. Save yourself. Kinder, like you really care.
This is not looking
The
good.
enemy has claimed our territory for their own.
Wait, why didn't you... No! Oh, I retreated both. I didn't mean to. No, I can't get out of my base. I can't do anything against this build, man. Yeah, it's a troll build.
Video game, relic. Great video game.
We need to secure their sector.
Can't
Open fire! Fire back!
can't do anything against this.
These are under fire! Find cover! Jawohl, we hear you. Let's go, Kinder. Let's get rolling. Stummel, get us looking for targets to go. Silence! On your feet, soldier.
Enemy forces have captured a victory point.
Fucking dead! We heard!
The enemy holds all victory points.
There's punch-up coming for us!
Oh my god.
They're shooting at us! We're taking losses! I want fire superiority!
Look how terrible my infantry is, dude. Oh my gosh.
Our brave infantry has been killed.
That's I can't play that build against somebody that's trying. And not on that map. Not on that map. I think my old version of it was better. Where I go 1 Gren, 2 Pios, get early map control, and then get a fast PG company. Going Grens and then Vet 1 is too slow to start. It's very, 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 very slow. My other build felt a lot better. It's bad, especially if you're not going to go MP40 Grens. But it's just Grenadiers, dude. They're just not very good right now. They get clapped by everything. Like, I bought Vet 1 on the Grens, and I just A-moved those sappers in the south, and I still lost against the sappers. Feels bad, man. Pack P-Grens and the transport and base inspection. The 251 does not have very much armor. I think you're overestimating the ability to get in and out. Sib, it seems like Hold the Line is some version of Brace. Yeah, thanks for the follow. It's a one-way trip. Yeah. Yeah, I think my old version of that build is better, where I skip officer quarters. It just doesn't give you enough to be useful. It's also not worth it building 2 Grens. I think 1 is enough. Is Devem still a god tier player? He's good. He's good. But that's all I'm gonna say. Not coming back without vetoes? Yeah, they didn't show those today, did they? I don't know about that, Northwest. Yeah, you know what? Maybe. Maybe. Goliath stick give engine crits. Yeah, it seems to operate more like a mine than like a det pack, which is interesting. I saw it leave engine damage on every vehicle, so... I mean, I wouldn't say anyone. Sid, does that mean you're going to come back and cream everybody once there's map vetoes? We'll give you a 1 month ramp time. No. I don't think I'm too good to lose. I think I'm too good to consistently lose to somebody who's been away for so long. Did he quit again? No, he was playing like yesterday. He didn't quit. Oh, here we go. Videos for the new battle groups. Here we go. Here we go. For those of you that were asking. What's this one? There you go. For those of you that were asking, there's the things. 2K more hours. Yeah, I think it's a better measurement of games though than hours. Yep. I think if you're familiar with the franchise, it really doesn't matter which game you're playing. You can pretty quickly get back into it. You just need to know like the nuances of each one, assuming that you've played each one. Like I couldn't go and play Co-1 at the level that like Dume does, for example, because I never played it. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah, experience is everything. But it's pretty clear that like regardless of how much you play, the gameplay in Co3 doesn't favor players that aren't willing to adapt. If they are used to playing a certain way in Co2, and they refuse to adapt, then they don't do as well in Co3 because it favors a different kind of play style. One where, especially, I think that, I was trying to figure out like why it was the case, and I actually think that the biggest contributor is the resource system being reverted to like it was in Co1, because you can build dramatically more of a lead in Co3 than you could in Co2 previously. Like COHPE, in COHPE, double fuel control meant a lot less than it does in this game. And that's favored players like me because I was somebody that could get good control of the map in the first like 10 minutes. And then I would gradually get weaker as the game went on and there were more units on the field. But now I could get to the point where if my early game is strong enough, then I can kind of mitigate like the difficulties that I would normally have in the mid and late game with just being further ahead and having more units. Yep. Big time. It's pretty universal now, though, Sib. Like, it's not like one faction's light vehicles totally outshine the other ones. For the most part, there are options for mid-game vehicles for each faction. Yeah. I'm hoping that's something that they'll address in the upcoming balance patch. And as the game also continues to progress. But I also don't want light vehicles to become relatively inconsequential. You think the 221 will be Omega buffed? Why? Yeah. I do think that like there needs to be a more clear distinction between players who have successfully transitioned to medium vehicles over players that overinvest in light vehicles. The reward for progressing in the tech tree is not high enough that it's a more attractive option than going for a stronger light vehicle presence. What do you mean, Rift? What do you, Sib, what do you mean that it sucks? Personally, I kind of feel like side armor should kind of wrap around the front of the vehicle a little bit at the front. Because it's based on the point of impact and not the angle of impact. It's too hard to effectively use. Side armor.
Engineers on the field!
You name it, we'll capture. Head, come on, boys. Capture orders just came in. What is it?
Engineers looking for trouble.
Scouts, loaded and ready.
Veteran crews have been made available.
Coming down the front. Advance team, securing point.
Well, aren't we as... All right, start filling those bags.
Location secured.
Okay.
4x4 truck fueled up and ready.
Taking out the sector. We got the tools.
Pack of smoke says these aren't for us.
Chuck, stop there for a second. Hold it up. No room. We've got orders to advance.
captured a victory point.
That's us. Once we capture that point, they want it back.
Get on with it! Get outside, keep blasting!
Hold that area.
Oh, goddammit!
Sector gone. We must take it back.
German infantry.
Hold move! Watch your flanks! Enemy infantry! Fire! Come on, move your ass!
Ready for action. First.
That's a go! Move, move!
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
I'm good! Secure that position! Enemy point needs to be neutralized!
Riflemen are ready.
Two guys up, front and center.
Say the word, sir. Keep that formation tight. Secure that position! Damn it!
We're losing a fuel point.
Let's go, boys!
Sector lost. No contact.
To it, boys! Move your ass! Go! God damn it! What now? Don't stop for anything! Move it! Man, grab your kit! Go! Securing enemy reinforcements under fire! Why? Rifles losing it!
We have riflemen taking the field.
Relay order!
Enemy contact.
Engineers here!
Infantry support research underway.
Hunt that infantry down!
Hey, tiptoes.
Ready for
Listen up.
We ain't got all day. Double time, soldiers. Engineers securing the location. To it, boys. Shake it up. Let's get it done. Fire. Field promotion. Get out of here. Let's go, boys. Shouldn't be a problem. Medical station. Take a leg. Kill any vehicle looks sharp. Let's have the metal, boys. Promotion just came through. Pull back. Pull back. Get right, boys. Stay alert. Engineers. Take it out.
Orders have been carried out.
Get on with it. Spread out on that area and hold it. Come on. Give them an answer, boys. Head to the location. Get to work. Go. Stick it. We've got wounded. Working on it. Engineers, get moving. Go. Stick together. Head down.
Commander, ISC upgrades done.
All right, man. Concentrate on your own goddamn target. Deployment, sir. Combat. To it, boys. Enveloping fire. Keep them down. And retreat. Set these fuckers.
Gigablub.
Commander, we've lost the sector.
We're on it. Do we look like a flag raising?
That's us, fellas. Boys are wet.
God damn. Sweating like a whore in church. No route too challenging. Clearing a path. We'll find a way.
4x4 is ready to roll.
Hey, tip to heads down.
Territory
Move back.
captured. What next?
We'll go. Reinforces required, Commander.
Hey, you got orders are orders. Let's get to it.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
You men, get ready. Move your ass. Go. We're up, boys. Keep the pace. We got somewhere to be. God damn it. Relay order. Move it. Push through the line.
They've taken our victory point.
Back, God dang it. Go, boys. Ain't a word, sir. Stop construction.
What?
Locked and loaded.
Nearby squads will be reinforced, Commander.
Let's go, boys. Captain leading the way. Keep it together. Get your asses in gear. Get on with it.
Territory lost. A victory point is under attack. We must act. You have command points ready to spend.
Concentrate fire on that. All right, get the hell out of here. Boys are waiting. God damn. Sweat like a whore in church. Let's move out. Ready for the next shot. I'm trying to make a break for it. Or that.
We've lost the territory. Barracks taking fire.
Let's go, boys. God damn it, rifles. Leave it. Don't tell it. Where the hell did they come from? Watch. Stay low, God damn it. Why? Move your ass. God, there's so much for peace and quiet. Stand by. Quick, and liberate that sector.
Stay on my ass.
Losing it, Get on with it. Move. Watch your flanks.
We've been granted accelerated vehicle production.
Pull in, squad! Keep moving! Keep your heads down! Engineers here! Get right there! Howard, now would be a fantastic time. Jump to it, boys! Take it! That's their location! Raring to go! What? Jump to it! Get out of here! Fall back! Round's ours. Orders to engage all targets. Smash all resistance.
Improved vehicle production is in. All vehicles are now cheaper to produce.
Somewhere to be. All right, let's move like we got a purpose. All right, come on. 4x4 is ready to roll. Let's go. Plug any crowds you see. 4x4 is ready to roll. We got the tools. All ass.
M8 Greyhound is deploying.
Get down! Get down! Officer reporting. Let's go, boys. Stay low, goddammit! Contact! Infantry across the line! I'm hit, man! Captain here! Think they know we're here! Push it! Officer report! Head down! Pull back! Captain here! Back! Go! Come back to CP! Engine, you need a fucking invitation! Push it! What's up? Jerry's napping. Let's liberate that sector.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Ready for deployment, sir. Combat patrol boys.
Browning automatic rifles requested.
Make a decision. Route sector. They know we want it. We're locked and loaded. No room combat patrol boys. Scouts, get yourselves lucky. Looks like we got an engage on site. Watch, we're not above a little season.
Crew standing by.
What have you got? Moving into crowd two.
One of our strategic points is under attack.
Combat patrol boys. New recruits in. Locked and loaded.
Sending our frontline forces some much-needed firepower. We've lost control of the sector. We've taken them down to 300 points, Commander.
Get on that point. Pull in, squad. Take that damn ground.
A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Jump to it, boys. Rounds are taking it personally. Goddammit, rifles, shoot those asses. Get the hell out of there. Promotion. All right, men, stand by. It's on, boys.
A victory point has fallen into enemy control.
Get on with it. Move. Watch your flank. Envelop it. They're taking fire. Stand or outlines. 4x4 is better than a thumb in the eye, boys. Pick up those feet, or so help me!
Where you want the M8?
Where the hell did they come from?
We have a repair and recovery vehicle ready.
Kinda hard to walk with all this noise!
Forward units report the Krauts are down to 250 points.
Enemy CP in sight! Come on, let them have it! Engage all targets! Smash all resistance! He's dead! They're saying hi, boys! What's the op? Follow me! Jump to it, boys! Got us pegged! Open fire! Pull in, squad! Play squad fire on that! What? Go, boys! Come on, move your ass! Promotion earned! Pull back! Move! Move! Ah, dang it! Take that damn ground! Here. What? Capture that area! Move! Reese's, stand to! Next up! Repairs for vehicle. Enemy territory. Check the covers. Taking losses!
We have vehicles ready to be dispatched to the front.
Officer, use those cops! Fire in point! Back, dang it!
You have 3 command points available.
Losses! We got this covered! And the motion's in!
We just lost our Greyhound.
Breaking fire! Don't let them move forward!
Seek and destroy tactics available. Vehicle crews have clearance to advance.
We're up, boys!
Automatic rifle has been requisitioned. Come on, let's get this show on the road. What's up?
Doesn't really seem like he's gonna build any vehicles. So
I'll take your max. Just focus on firing. Fall back. You gonna lead the men spare mags and grenades.
Riflemen are being upgraded with grenade packages. Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
oh, freaking shit.
Return fire. They're saying hi, boys. Hold that shit off. One more time. Keep that going over here.
A victory point is under enemy control now.
You heard the tiger rat. Under fire.
Requisitioning grenades for the front line.
Go, boys. Right out. All right, men. Go, go, go. Browning. Front center. Officer reporting. Fire him up.
Enemy forces are converging on a fuel point. Our Greyhound is here. Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Get out of here. Fall back. Here we go. Combat patrol, boys. Let's tackle the Germans.
Our territory is cut off from supply. Reconnected. Enemy movement near victory point.
Hey! Circle that anti-tank gun and fire! Recon on the move! Back!
Territory point is no longer under our control.
Orders coming in! Move your ass! Enemy infantry! Forward on!
Enemy activity near our munitions point. One of our munitions points is being neutralized.
Eager to... You know the drill.
Our opponent has all victory points under their control. Act now!
Move out! Cover off on the ground. Captured the second quick.
The sector's been overrun. It's theirs now.
Uh-oh.
Damn it! Territory sector claimed by the enemy.
Jesus H. Christ! Take fire! Jump, light 'em up, fellas! Relay order! Keep your heads down! Rounding. Front center. Liberating the objective. On to the other side. That's a go, boys! All right, men.
Rifleman squad deployed.
All right, boys. We're up, boys.
They've pushed us off a sector.
Do what I can. Ground we need to take. All in, squad. Moving. Get on with it. That's a go. Rounding.
Territory lost.
Quiet. Keep that damn ground. Enemy point needs to be neutralized. Come on back, goddammit. Goddammit, rifles. Get those asses. All right, men. Move, move, move. All right, men. Stand by. Get down.
Deploying engineers now.
Watch your flanks! Ground infantry! It's on, boys! All in, squad! Move your ass! Go! That's in range! Up your rank of fire! I'm taking it personally! Jump to it! Fire on! It's on, boys! Relay order! God! Get out of here! Fall back! Well, boys!
We have command points that need allocating.
Come, Jerry! Yeah, let's get a bit you quiet.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Leave him!
seized by the enemy. We've lost the territory sector.
Let's go, boys! Leave him! Jump to it, boys! God damn it, rifle! Alien squad! Guys! Recon! Recon, on you! Let him press us, pegs! Get them behind us! Full speed, boys! All right, sunset these!
We have a backlog of command points that... We've lost the scout squad.
They killed another engineer.
Sherman Easy 8s have been requisitioned. They're standing by.
Where the hell did they come from? He's down! Keep fighting! This is enemy territory.
Enemy is down to only 100 points. Enemy movement near victory point.
Rifle squad, ready. Kill anything that looks German. Move out. Cover up on the ground.
The victory point is under enemy control now.
Put in aid. Let's advance. Well, you kid guessed it.
A munitions point is being attacked. A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Let's go. Fall back. Go. Walking down the perimeter. Don't move till it's time to earn your living, soldiers. Man down. Buzzsaw's got us in its fucking sight.
They've taken our victory point.
Keep that formation tight.
They've captured a victory point.
All right, man. Head to that area. Small arm. Center. Relief. I'm going. All right. Jump to it, boys. Alien squad.
The enemy holds all victory points.
Keep moving. Alien squad. Now they're infantry. All right, man. On that point. Why? Fire and move. Keep that down. Incoming. Find cover. Come on. Let's go. Running. Center. They're saying hi, boys. Pull back, goddaggit. Move. A lot of the bar open up. Pick off who's left. Jump to it. Oh, goddammit. Goddammit, rifles. Shift those asses. Jesus H. Christ.
Sector lost. No contact.
Pull back. Go, go, go. Alien squad. Enemy trench. Show them what they got. Enemy infantry. Forward on.
We have 300 points. Confirmed.
Let's go, boys. Looks like we got a mission. Liberating the objective. Jesus H. Christ. Let's go, boys. Where to? Pass up the tools. Fire and move. Keep that fucking out of here. Fall back. Cover it. Pull back, goddaggit. Move. That's the word. Engine moving. We've got our back to HQ. Disengage. You men. All right. Come on, move your asses.
Commander, damn it. Greyhound has been destroyed.
Okay.
We have vehicles ready to be dispatched to the front.
Enemy infantry taking
Ah, desperation. Desperation. It's very stinky.
Our line is collapsing. Enemy taking our points.
On your feet. Let's go. Engineers here. Engineers looking for trouble. Come on, move your asses. Where to, sir? Time to earn your living, soldiers. You ain't got all day.
Why?
Let's move out. Engineers standing by. Give him an answer. Damn MG. He's in range. Good, sir. Take a leg. Kill anything that looks German.
Sector gone. We must take it. We're down to 200 points.
Boys, wait. Oh, God damn it. You gotta stand on that ground. Take it, Sherman.
Order turn.
Why didn't my grenade go off?
One of our sectors is now in enemy hands. A Sherman Easy 8 has arrived! Give them hell! We're losing our capture point!
Damn it! Someone get us out of here! All right, man. Oh, God, get on! Just fix what you can! Let's go toss him a pineapple!
Uh-oh. He's not gonna surrender again. Look out, guys.
We have vehicles ready to be We've done it! The enemy has been defeated!
Ow. Thoughts on Orange Press saying you can't go rifles against Dak? Yeah, he's right. Toilet Guy's not as good. You know, he's like position 25. He's probably like a top 30 or 40 player if you include everybody that like consistently plays. There's a good chunk of maps that you can't play rifles against Dak. Assault NGs into tier 1 is better. Farigi, you're trying to bait me, bro. Yo, thanks for the raid, Hans. Didn't see that, dude. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Video game, relic. Great video game. Woohoo!
What about the map? If it's a CQC map, you'll get crushed if you go rifles. Some examples would be Pacino. Taranto Coastline is pretty rough. What else is in the pool? Pretty sure you'll lose if you go rifles on Semois. And Faymanville is like meh. Have I played any AoE? I actually played AoE 4 when it came out a little bit. The barrier to entry for me is a little daunting. Like, there's so many civs, you know? What is there now? There's like 10 or 11 or something? $16? Yeah. Yeah, man. That's, I think that's kind of too much for me. That truck clip of Dumais is I was like screaming at it yesterday. That shit is so funny. Skill ceiling is way higher? Yeah, of course it is, dude. The macro is, the amount of macro depth that there is in AoE is, like, crazy. It's the reason why I play games like this over Age of Empires is because, like, I don't have high APM. Yeah. Yeah, if you love macro, I can see the appeal for sure. But yeah, personally, like, I just don't, like... I don't have high enough APM to get really good. And... you know, as I get older, it's only gonna make... I'm only gonna get slower, you know? You don't think so? Did Relic say anything interesting? They dropped the new maps, new battle groups, talked about pathing, and talked about new features coming to multiplayer, including a penalty for levers. It already happened, Basilone. It already happened. There's a video up on YouTube that covers all the content, and they revealed the 2 new battle groups. The DAC one is called Battlefield Espionage, I think. What is it called? Yeah, Battlefield Espionage. And the Australian one is... The UK one is called Australian Defense. Balance was not being covered in this patch. It's going in the next one. Or not this... Sorry. Not covered in this stream. It's going to be in the next one. They touched a little bit on things related to balance, like the new detection mechanic. So now, like, flares, recon runs, and certain units will be able to reveal stealth units. And that's very much tied into the introduction of this Battlefield Espionage battle group for DAC. That clip had me laughing out loud really hard. Flare revealing cloaked unit is BS? Why? How? What kind of take is that? What's up, Gabby? I don't know you're still here. Day of the update? Okay, so we gotta wait a while. We gotta wait a while. I was saying this earlier, though. I think because there's 2 different phrases that have the word balance in them, I think there's gonna be some significant changes. It was like adjustments and tuning, whatever that means. But it makes me think that there's going to be more than like some of the previous patches we've got recently.
Section trained and ready.
Bingo, in combat! Awaiting orders! Sandbags! Light vehicle, eager to go. Heading to our destination. Is it load bearing? Infantry's open fire, lads! Move it! We read you! Awaiting orders! Apparently bingo, in combat! Take cover! Under enemy fire, yeah? Fire! Fire! Fucking pacifist now! Fire! Get to repair! Right, we're set to go. Work? Under fire, no less. Present Jerry's nowhere to be seen. Lacking about. We're up. Sappers hatching it up now. Royal little stroll into Jerry's line. Nothing to worry about. Send your message. Is it load bearing? Then it's fixed. Now, launching a combat patrol. Vehicle needs combat patrol, boys. We hear ya.
An infantry section of Tommies has been trained.
3.
Chop, fucking chop! Take it head!
3.
Sappers, we're not fucking bitching, Davin. We're taking that position. Of course we can handle it!
Come on, ladies, while we're young. Get scary, lads.
Sandbags and ladies, Martel. Sappers, reporting. You heard what?
Enemy fire! Rifle section ready! Fuck, we can find his keepers, lads.
Maxing about. We're up. Slow us up. Can we blow it up? Sappers, you gonna shift us?
Heading to the location. Securing enemy territory. Five down. Six! Enemy fire!
A new infantry section is ready for battle.
Me, sir!
Dingo, full throttle. We're going. Run, spray him with the spray. Awaiting instructions. 2 on the position.
What am I watching right now?
Get in Ansi. Hold the position. Cavalry can't be too far off. Heading up.
Come on, ladies, while we're young.
What is this?
Find those blisters, you shits! Attention! Let's move out! Come on! Come on! Let's get this over with! Infantry closing on us! Go! Go! You wankers will enemy territory! Back to base! Leave it! Quiet down and listen up.
We're standing by.
Presence of ducks running! Shoot it!
Take cover. Fire. Under enemy fire, yeah? When I say stop, fucking stop. Wait till it's them. Take the position, Sappers. Like you we're under fire.
Fuck the fucking pay attention, lazy buggers! Presence of counter-force, sir!
We're in it now. Sappers, yeah? Come on, bastards. Take that position. Scout car, yeah? Stations. We're heading out. All right, guys. Take it,
The beggars are threatening a victory point.
Get on it, lazy dick! Don't waste your shots! Dingo! Back up! Back us up! Sappers, receiving orders. Everybody needs cover.
Victory point belongs to the enemy.
The Jerry's no edge.
Pass. Scout car, yeah?
We've lost a sector.
Attack will get there!
What is happening here?
Taking heavy enemy!
We've lost a... Our finest vehicle crewmen have been allocated. Vehicles shall arrive on the field veteran. Enemy ground forces have claimed a sector.
We should seize it. Come on, ladies, while we're young. We'll risk it for a biscuit, won't we? Securing enemy territory.
Sappers on site. We're under fire! Why cover it, Bolt?
On that point.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action.
Eyes out and ahead. Guns up. We're taking that. Taking losses! Back! Back! Don't fucking stop!
Initiating rollout of battlefield commissions for the men. Victory point is in enemy hands.
Quiet down. Listen up.
Dingo! All right! Engine lickers on! Clear arms, you wankers!
Jerry! That's enough! Call back to base!
Territory lost.
Dingo scouting ahead! Dingo scouting ahead! Down now. Heading off! Engage on
A victory point is being overrun.
Come on, chaps, we've got to move!
The enemy have taken our territory.
Sappers, back to full numbers! Scout car! Dingo scouting ahead! Attacking us all!
Victory point under enemy control.
They spotted us! You heard me, Commander! Dingo, call back! Bloody move! Sappers reporting.
The beggars are threatening a capture point.
Call back to base!
Royal Engineers, back after point, these three eyes. We'll risk it for Sappers reporting. Dingo scouting ahead.
The infamous attack move.
Scout car, head steady on. Who took you out, bloody truck?
The legendary
Royal Engineers, yeah?
attack
The enemy
move.
has claimed a sector.
Just like a war down to the next.
The enemy has pushed us back from our sector.
Zappers receiving orders. Starting the work.
Anti-tank crews are on standby for orders.
Combat patrol. Nancy, give up orders. Keep fight, front zappers.
A sector is in enemy control.
Don't just fucking stand there.
They're breaking through us, you.
Jury's hankering for a scrap.
Come on. Stop this move. Zappers promoting shit.
Heads down, lads.
Jerry's
Calm
done
down.
for.
Come back, guys.
We have a surplus of command points, Commander.
Ready for trouble. On the move on that capture point. Serious faces on.
Back it up, lads. We've got on.
Sector overrun. The enemy has it.
While it be, sir.
Zappers, we're moving. Don't fucking move this. Bear with Zappers. Shot all way, lads. Combat ready.
Fall back. Bloody fucking
Keep your knickers on. Wait! We're standing by. Back up! Back us up! Dingo, in combat! Round needs taken, boys.
Go orders, lads.
Roy, I'm hatching it up now. Scout car, here! Little rolling, Jerry.
Get that capture. See what we've got. Listen to the counter form. Got your Martian.
Get our hands dirty!
They've cut us off. Territory is out of supply.
Back off, lads. Run.
Section CP is taking damage.
Cut through them! Ready for action! Deploy! Now! Zappers! We're ready! Zappers!
We're losing a fuel point.
Territory
Get it
will be
over
ours.
with! On it!
Pay attention. Look lively now. Time to secure the area.
Anti-air tanks are available.
We've got enemy fire.
What now? Mucking about! We're up!
Attention. Make them bleed for it. Fucking scupper. Run. Don't just fucking stand there.
Territory sector lost, Commander.
Dingo, scouting ahead!
We're losing a victory point.
Ready! Right! Get moving! Ready as you be!
We have vehicles on standby.
Enemy fire!
The enemy has our victory point now.
Get to work! Bang on! Infantry team!
Listen to the guns. If it looks
Back
funny,
out!
just
Receiving you! Again! Shifting over! We're up, lads! Back taking heat! Down! This one, we're trying not to hit every bloody thing in the way! Christ on a bike! Taking fire! Off-track firing! Face down! Orders!
pay attention.
Back up! Now! Bingo under enemy fire!
Deployed strong.
Heads on a swivel! Have your job to do! See the other guy? New orders! What'll it be? Declattery! Signal like you chaps! Get it over with! Let's get our orders done!
One of our anti-tank guns has been destroyed.
Racing to the counter force, sir. Found the enemy line.
Get on it!
No, we'll get there. But track you myself. Nobody's walking away from that.
Hey! Stop when I say so! Albert! Get on!
Fire back. Listen up.
Get us out of here! Back Captain Boyd, keep your arse in!
Pull back to back.
We're losing a victory point to enemy action.
Our way through! Bring it up! Let me guess. You should see the other guy. Zappers, sir! Run, Zappers! Lieutenant, welders out! Get to repair!
A-15 Crusader is up. Victory point lost. The enemy has control.
That's funny. In a tank. Come on, chaps. We've got to move. Send your message.
Excuse me.
Zappers. Anti-tank gun. Get behind the shield and check these locations. Advancing to attack.
Coming down around us. Fall back. That means those blisters and shit.
We have vehicles on standby.
Contested territory!
Alright then. God had orders. Royal engine is in load bearing.
Fucking kill him!
Back in your seat. Here. It's Eagles. Front on the side. We're moving. Pay attention. Back. Receiving you. Back it down. Sapper's got orders to move. So move. Oh, we're needed elsewhere, lads. Let's get to it.
Fucking scupper! Run!
Apparently it's bedroom there. Ready for trouble. Sappers, you gonna shift the
Wheel march!
Expecting trouble? Back! You need a boat first. Hope the action's up. Right, who you man now? Crusader AA under intense enemy fire! Drifting over! Right, moving, Jack! Taking hit! Down! Hitting us! Nice! We're on about face here! Back! Right, heavy then! Good shooting! Oh, we did it! Reload! Crusader AA!
One step closer to victory. Jolly good work.
What's up, Trafalgar? New battle groups are cool, dude. I really like the innovation and the design, the new designs of them. They're very cool. Pigren Jaeger P3 spam. Wow, that doesn't sound very good. Higher chance of pure ass gameplay? I don't know. I don't really think so. I think the more questionable looking one is probably the DAC one. It probably doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end of so many stealth units. So, you know, it may take like a balance patch or two to get them in the right spot. But otherwise, they seem like cool. Yeah, the game was more interesting that time around.
Welcome, Commander. The Australian Defence Battle Group. One of the first divisions that were able to beat back the Blitzkrieg at Tobruk and El Alamein. This battle group specializes in creating a defensive frontline position with logistical support at the rear to create a strong economy. Once supply lines have been established, you'll be able to...
So these must be the Sangor walls that they were talking about. With they've got barbed wire on the front of them, and then on this side is green cover. And I'm assuming this can be built by these guys. I think I saw a clip of them being built by those guys. These are so cool.
Firepower. The Australian Defence Battle Group is split into logistical supremacy and frontline defenders. Let's take a look at frontline defenders first. The Australian Light Infantry is a 5-man squad equipped with Lee Enfield rifles. Like infantry sections, they can be upgraded with scoped rifles. This squad performs well at long ranges.
So they probably don't get any other weapon upgrades, just the scoped ones.
With their sharpshooter ability, they can increase their accuracy for a short time.
This is interesting. This sharpshooter ability.
There'll be no time for lollygagging, as this squad is capable of constructing field defenses and emplacements, including the durable Sangar wall to hide behind. Australian light infantry can hold the line, but they are not equipped with grenades or anti-tank weaponry. But we've got just the thing for that. The 2-pounder is a light anti-tank gun. It's quick to fire, fast to reload, with a decent firing arc. At Veterancy 1, the ability to target weak points becomes available, slowing...
Dude, lollygagging. This is pretty crazy. Are they hitting the front of this Stug?
disabling its weapons for a short time.
It has a really high rate of fire, it seems like. That should be interesting. I wonder what else they can build. Like, can they build wire and regular sandbag too? Mines? I hope not, dude. I don't want any more main lines that could plant mines. I actually think I'm going to call it there, my friends. I may be on later tonight, maybe. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. I didn't realize what time it was. But yeah, everybody, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for all the new follows. Thank you for the raids. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Gabby. Appreciate it. Appreciate the raid as well. That was very kind of you guys. Really excited about this patch. It's a month away, man. I'm geeking out about it. But it's still a month away, so we just got to be patient. And really looking forward to the balanced discussion as well. Assuming that's going to be on the same day or at least much closer to the release date. Yeah, thanks, Gabby. Yeah, I appreciate that. We're almost there. Is Dumais on? I don't see him. I don't think he's on, dude. Are you here? Carry the torch, buddy. Really curious to hear your thoughts about the battle groups too. Well, if you guys haven't yet, go check out Okay. He said he's going to be on later. Go check out the channel. Watch the videos if you haven't seen them. Check out the new battle groups. Would love to hear everybody's thoughts. Also, feel free to drop into my Discord. Be good to get some discussion going about that as well. And yeah, thanks everybody for the follows and for the raids, and I'll catch you guys another day. I don't know when. We'll see. Goodbye, my fellow nerds.